Hi there, good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series. As always, Thursday is the first day of our double sessions here at the new Live Lounge. But before we look ahead to today's action, let's have a look back at the first 3 days of darts here this week, where everybody got hammered because Andy Hamilton topped Group A. And we'll take a look at the Group A table now. Andy Hamilton winning it by a couple of points from Conor Heenahan, who won all 5 of his matches on the second day, but didn't manage to repeat that the following day. Adam Smith-Neale just pipped Steve Brown into third place, meaning he'll be in Group B tonight. Brown, Painter and Moreno Blom in the bottom 3 and will be in action in Group C today and tomorrow. Paul Nicholson has joined me to talk you through today's action, but a quick reflection on what happened. First of all, Andy Hamilton, a real deserving winner.
I think he is, actually. Over the first couple of days, I think we talked a lot about how he was under the radar, but I think his timing of certain shots, he was fantastic. But if you look at this, for instance, he did have a chance to get through in his previous match on that exact shot of the bullseye at the end. He missed it by a very small margin. But taking that shot there, he tempered his passion or his visual or audio passion for this game over the last 2 or 3 days. But when he hit that bullseye, he just let out one of those stereotypical yelps of like that. And I love to hear that. Just proving, like he said to you in an interview, just how much passion he's still got for the game. Yeah, and he has promised that we'll hear the hammer roar on Saturday night in front of a crowd as well. So Andy Hamilton into finals night on Saturday. He's already there. Here's how the groups look for the next couple of days. Group B gets underway this evening. Adam Smith-Neale going into that one with Conor Heenahan, as I mentioned, coming in Conan White, Johnny Haynes and Ryan Furness. And Group C today, Kevin Painter, Lee Shewan, a debutant, Liam Meek, Moreno Blom, Scott Walters and Steve Brown. Quick word on Lee Shewan, debutant here at the MODUS Super Series. He did play at Lakeside, didn't he, for the first time this year, won his first match against a good friend in Jordan Brooks, but then lost to an inspired comeback, you have to say, from Wayne Warren. Yeah, very much so. He had a really good start against Wayne Warren. He's gradually getting the kind of experience that he needs to contend against some of these more seasoned pros. But I think this is the right test for him right now. I'll be really interested to see what he does today. It's only a 2-day group, so if he gets a bad start, tomorrow could be filled with pressure, but he'll want to impress. He'll want to get to Saturday night just to show what he can do. And I'm not going to say that he can't, but I don't think there's a great deal of pressure on him the next couple of days. First chance for him, second chance this week, of course, for Kevin Painter, who things were looking like he could get into Group B. And he started fantastically yesterday, Paul, but it didn't work out in the end. Yeah, it's one of those games, wasn't it? I mean, he's had a lot of tight losses this week, but he really came out of the traps yesterday with a really good win against Conor Heenahan. And you just sensed at that point maybe he was going to put a charge together. But he hasn't had one of those days where he's been dominant. And I think that's what he's searching for. If he can get a day where he's got 4 wins from 5 or 5 wins from 5, that might just put a bit of extra swagger in the Painter walk on that stage. And it was looking like one of those days for Steve Brown, who's going to play in our first match here. Brilliant performance from him, his highest ever average at the MODUS Super Series or Live League, at 103.66. But it didn't work out in the end, didn't make it through to Group B. I think he's got every licence to come into this day feeling a little disappointed. But knowing Steve as I do, I just get the feeling that he's going to brush it off. He's going to say that was my best day so far. We just need to do more of that. And I think everybody is now watching out for what Steve Brown can really do. He plays in our first match, Scott Walters of Winchester, a former runner-up in a weekly live league as it was then, now here at the MODUS Super Series on the new stage for the first time. I'll ask you the question I asked you a couple of days ago for this group. Want to watch, want to win and want to worry about? I'm going to stick with the worry on Moreno Blom. I think he's just a bit too up and down. I think he needs to find some sort of consistency, but I think he may suffer the same sort of fate as Group A. One to watch is definitely Steve Brown for me, but as for the other one, I'm going to go for Lee Shewan because he's an unknown quantity. Back in the debutant. Well, it is Steve Brown against Scott Walters in the first match of the morning. 15 games to bring you. Charlie Corstorphine is your referee. Paul Nicholson will be joining Phil Bars to talk you through the action.
Thanks very much, Chris, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And here we are, the players are on stage. Steve Brown against Scott Walters. As the boys set up on the balcony, this should be a fabulous tie. Arguably, in game number 1, this could be the game of the day. 2 of the front runners for me in this
First
group.
leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Steve has the darts in this one, so Scott Walters will need to find a break of throw if he's to bag the points in the opener.
58.
And as if by magic, running down the stairs, Paul is back with us in the booth.
I'm like a Joker disappearing pencil. Ta-da! I'm here.
100.
We're saying, for me, Nico, Scott Walters is arguably the favourite for this because of his consistency level we've seen in what was the Live League and now into the Super Series.
I think that's a fair assumption, and I've said the same thing a lot this week. And it's not just here at the Super Series, it's pretty much everywhere we go with darts punditry.
60.
Stats and previous form is just a guide of what is possible. But we always talk about darts being on the day. But we'd like
45.
to be proved right, of course. With Scott Walters, I didn't know a massive amount about him until maybe a year ago. And when I started watching him in our Southampton studio, I was very, very impressed with his
140.
levels of consistency. But you and I both know that over the last 12 months, he's had a somewhat tumultuous time
85.
with a foot injury that, and trust me when I say this, it could have cost him his life.
Yeah.
And I'm just glad that he's okay.
Well, yeah, he was in, obviously, beforehand, our commentary booth backed onto the players' room, and he was in saying that he was like, the doctor said he was in 10 minutes of potentially losing his life, which is mad when you put that into the context of he didn't know it was that serious.
It came about as he stubbed his toe on a moved coffee table.
125. Scott, you require 160.
Something that wasn't immediately found turned into something life-threatening. So everybody here is just really glad that he's all right and he's still playing darts.
60. Steve, you require 88.
Yeah, and the funniest bit is, again, one of the plus points about living local to Southampton. That's very unfortunate. We'll come back to this in a minute.
82.
It's not going to go, but yeah, living close
Scott,
to
you
Southampton,
require
he got in
100.
because of a pullout, and that local connection got him in, and he's just run with it ever since.
Should stay on the 60 here, really. That lie is lovely.
60. Steve, you
He doesn't
require
need darts.
6.
They look very twinkly.
Very shiny, aren't they?
They are. You don't want them to be shiny. You want them to be well used.
4. Scott, you require 40.
I'm just going to have a quick look. I think they may be an Andy Jenkins dart. They are. I know he plays Super League and locally with Andy. He's probably had a
30.
little throw and gone, I like the feel of these.
Steve, you
That
require
happens
2.
a lot more than you think. Bit of a nervy opening leg to Thursday's Group C action. That's a good guy for double one.
No score.
Disappointment
Scott,
at the
you
start of
require
Thursday
10.
as Walters goes to the other side of tops for fives.
Game shot on the first leg.
Pinpoint.
Scott Walters.
Not bad at all. Now, in the early stages of Group C, for the players who have graduated from Group A, we have to talk about what
Second
they've done
leg,
this
it's
week so
Scott to
far.
throw first. Game
The
on.
best overall game average has been registered by Steve Brown, 103.66, which was mentioned by Chris Murphy at the top of the show. 15 maximums for Brown, which is a pretty good total. So he's averaging
100.
1 per game. That's not bad. What I was talking with one of our production staff last night, and something happened yesterday
28.
that doesn't happen very often. We had 15 matches and every game had a 180.
That's impressive. That doesn't happen very often, as you were saying, because there's always one game where there's bundles of 140s and that third one doesn't quite go in, as Scott Walters looks to fill it, and he does the first one of the tie.
Yeah, Steve's checkout percentage yesterday, just a shade over 1 in
140.
every 3. A couple of ton plus outs, his best being a 111. But coming into this fourth day of action for the week, I think Steve's got every right to feel disappointed that he's playing this morning. He could have been playing tonight, but Walters seems to be putting him to the sword all of a sudden after taking that edgy first
55.
leg.
Scott, you require 41.
Settling down now with back-to-back maxes.
It's amazing what that opening leg just does. Settles the nerves. That one's wild.
Game
But
shot
the
on the second
recovery dart
leg.
is very,
Scott
very good. And
Walters.
Scott Walters leads Steve Brown 2-0. The Bomber now has a mountain to climb in our opening game.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
I'm right in thinking that Scott's just been announced in the Hampshire squad, hasn't he, for the next round of county matches?
He has.
100.
There's a few live league stroke Super Series veterans in the Hampshire squad. Chaz Barstow, Richard North, Ryan Finesse,
Jamie Kelling.
Aaron Monk.
Yeah, Aaron Monk
44.
is in the B team. And he was an England international last year.
It's funny how the county system works, isn't it? Because obviously Aaron didn't
100.
play for a few years, came back into the B and has to work his way back up.
I think some of these players, all they want to do is play.
100.
There used to be such a stigma with B players in counties. They were seen as support players. But nowadays,
42.
if you look at Scott Walters, for example, he just wants to play. He wants to get opportunities like this. And when he gets them, he wants to give everything he's got. And that's what I've seen from him when I've commentated on him.
97.
He has given everything he's got. And even when he had a foot injury, it was the foot injury that ultimately nearly cost him his life. But he was limping across this hockey.
139.
Made all the way to the final of week 2 in phase 3. And he was limping around and I thought, how is he doing this? Just goes to show the work ethic and the passion he's got for the game.
140.
It's one that's always made me
Steve
laugh, Paul,
require
because you see players
120.
come through the system and then get themselves into the Pro Tour and everything like that, and then they give up playing local leagues,
80.
Super Leagues, county.
Scott, you require
But it's that
120.
match practice, that good test of time that's got them there, and I never understand why some of them just give it up.
Never change a winning formula.
Correct.
The formula here is that plus that equals this.
80. Steve, you
I
require
love
40.
that new angle we have because the front on angle doesn't see how his darts
Game
sit.
shot on
But
the
that one
third
from
leg.
behind,
Steve Brown.
he likes a stacker.
I said yesterday that Steve Brown, who is now only 2-1 down,
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw
has
first.
utilised
Game
double
on.
10 probably as well as anybody this week. Now, I know he didn't even get in the top 3 of Group A, but there are certain things that twig in your mind
140.
over the course of 45 matches that you've watched. And for me, the biggest ally for Steve Brown this week has been double 10.
80.
That's not saying that his double top shooting has been poor, but he's found himself on double 10 a lot, and he's found it awfully well. But this is what you're talking about, Barzy, because
55.
he's trying to get it to stack on top of each other, almost Terry Jenkins style.
Yeah, and obviously the stacker comes with
55.
this setup as well, because we see the likes of Johnny Clayton that use that kite-shaped flight that stack, and it's all about the way it goes through the air, that quicker trajectory to the board, just makes it sit flat.
83.
So funny to me, because when I was a kid, kite-shaped flights were very fashionable, especially the ones which were red and had the black
85.
flame at the top.
I know exactly what you mean.
The flights that Mark Walsh used predominantly in his career. And then all of a sudden, they just weren't fashionable anymore. But now, because some of the top players are using kite-shaped flights, they've become fashionable again.
137.
It all comes round in phases.
Tell you what is fashionable, though, and it's a lovely touch as well in a week where we've lost
76.
our monarch. Both
Scott, you
players
require
using
86.
the Union Jack flight.
Yeah, and the ones they're both using are very, again, old school. Remind me of the darts car behind the bar in the local social club when you used to go and get your flights off of them as a kid.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
What a
Scott
lovely
Walters.
find there from Walters. He's using double 10 well this time. And he's looking pretty useful.
Yeah, 2 holds, 12 and 15. That's impressive. That's
Fifth leg,
forcing
it's
Steve
Steve to
Brown to
throw
do
first.
extraordinary things on the Scott Walters throw.
Yeah, 92.06 the average. Maintain that over 10 matches in this group, Scott, and I have to say that you're probably going to qualify.
100%, Nico. If you can average that across the 2 days, you're going to take some beating. Even the Saturday, if you're consistently
100.
around that, you're going to be hard to stop.
Well, let's look at Andy Hamilton, who's already having a day off after qualifying through Group A. He was the only person
96.
over the last 3 days to average over 90 for his 15 matches. And he's the one who qualified. That's not an accident.
No, not at all.
7 ton plus outs from Andy Hamilton.
100.
And a checkered percentage very close to 40%. Without being spectacular, that is a very impressive 3 days work from Andy.
100.
Yeah, it's nice to see Andy back playing well again, because his time back as a tour card holder didn't go the way he wanted it to, but he's dusted himself off, and the Hammer just knows how to make these runs, and that's a huge maximum. As Scott Walters is now threatening a 4-1 victory if he can pin the 1-2-1.
44.
Just look at what he's doing in his first
Scott,
game
you
of the day.
require
96
121.
average, 3 from 8 doubles hit, 3 maximums. This is brilliant. Bullseye.
96.
That close.
Steve,
to
you
an opening
require
win.
Can
127.
you, Steve? Can you do the hinks? No is the answer. So Scott Walters will come back for 25
30.
more match starts.
Scott, you require
incoming.
25.
9 for double 8. Surely that's a good guide. You just come down
17.
off, over adjusted and inside.
Steve, you
Steve Brown
require
lives again.
97.
But you would have to say, Nico, this 97 has to go, because Scott Walters will not pass up another opportunity.
I kind of like that line. It could be good for Steve's documentary one day. Steve Brown lives again. Double 19, double top.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
The king of the
Steve
double-double
Brown.
this week. That's not the first time he's done that. I think, off the top of my head, because I haven't been recording it, but that must be the 3rd time he's done double-double, because it was 2
Six-leg, it's Scott
yesterday.
to throw first.
He had a
Game on.
92 with 2 double 18s. He's done a 95 recovery shot on a 100 after starting with a 5.
60.
And I'm sure he got that shot as well yesterday. If you leave him on a double-double effort, more fool you. So, 3 match starts missed by Walters. And
44.
Brown very much not out of it.
No, and how much will that play on the mind of Scott Walters? Match starts have come and they have gone, but this one is on his own throw.
134.
You probably know Scott a little bit better than I do, being from the county of Hampshire.
59.
So to answer your own question, I suppose I've got to reflect it back to you. I don't know him that well. I know him enough to think that he's a very effective player, but is he the kind of player that would beat himself
99.
up after missing 3 match starts, even though he's 3-2 up?
No, not at all. He's very good at putting it to the back of his mind. We've seen at Super League over the years him
100.
go on and win big things in and around Hampshire, that he'll be annoyed for a second, but he's very, very good at just pushing it to the back of his mind and then getting it right this leg. As we're seeing here, he is in complete control on his own throw.
140.
And tees up 68 after 12.
hold on a minute.
180. Scott, you require
One
68.
mistake from Walters and Brown could be back in this.
Game,
But the mistake
shot,
is not made.
And the match.
Proving
Scott
the point
Walters.
to Phil Bars right there. He brushed off leg number 5 very easily. 14 darts to finish the match off. And look at that for a start in Group C. 95.42. He got himself 3 maximums and a checkered percentage. Well, it was all right, but it could have been so much better. I think Scott Walters could well be favoured for this group. When we come back after the break, it's going to be Painter up against Liam Meek. We haven't seen him at the Super Series in a while.
Morning, welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where it's been a fantastic start for Scott Walters, a 4-2 success for him against Steve Brown, and a high average as well in the 90s in the first match of the morning. Great win, as you can see, for Walters. 7 scores of more than 140 in there, including 3 maximums, an 86 high checkout. He missed those 3 match starts, but he put it right in the very next leg. And Paul Nicholson said in commentary that if he carries on playing like that, then he's going to be a player to watch in this group. Next up, it's Kevin Painter back in action after being in Group A earlier this week. The former World Championship finalist playing on the World Seniors Tour at the moment, looking for titles there. He's up against a man who's won a title on the Development Tour in the Welshman Liam Meek. His second time at what is now the MODUS Super Series, and the first match for him is against a former Premier League player. Will it be Meek's week, or will Painter manage to brush him aside? Let's find out with Paul Nicholson and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, everyone. Paul, I'm looking forward to this one because this is a clash that we've not seen before, and they're two very different types of players.
Am I right in thinking that Liam Meek, who is vastly younger than Kevin Painter, sorry Kev, but he's taller than Painter, what are they putting in the milk in Wales?
From just that angle we've got there, he's a big lad.
I would not want to run into Liam at speed. 55-year-old from Rugby, using that 18-gram Legend dart well. Which one will it be today? Will it be the knurled version or the smooth version? He's up against our second left-hander of the week. The other one will be Moreno Blom in the next
First
one.
leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
And I suppose you could call this a bit of a Gavin and Stacey match. It's Billericay versus Wales.
Just looking at the stat there, our guys have put up on the screen, a 27-gram dart for Liam Meek. That's unusual. We've seen 26s and 32s, but 27, not something you see too often.
I can't remember the last time I saw a 27-gram dart. They've got a bit of weight about them. But how often do you see Welsh players using Welsh flights, just representing that dragon? And I don't mind that at all. I think that's great.
Oh, yeah, a lot. We see even at the very top level that Gazzy has the Welsh flag on the back of his shirt. Johnny Clayton has the dragon on the shirt and the flights.
Yeah, Louis Williams has got a bit of Welsh about his flights. If you look back at Mark Webster when he won his world title, I'm going to say this, Webby, 14 years ago, he was using Welsh flights. Nothing wrong with it. But there are players who tend to go away from the whole flag element. I know that Kevin's used the Cross of St. George a lot on his flights in the past. But these days he's going for the more
95
sort of cloak and dagger look of just all black. But just to answer the question that we posed at the start, it's the smooth barrel today and the black longer stem. Whereas earlier in the week it was the short Alamo stem with the aluminium top and the knurled dart. I think he may have got more from his game yesterday than he did the first 2 days, so I would expect him to stick with this setup for the rest of the week.
You require
yeah, I was quite surprised to see the change, because last time we saw him, it was the smooth dart that he performed very well with, and he did it at the seniors as well.
Ooh, double one.
No score. Liam, you require
and you may have heard a little chuckle from Kevin Painter there. I think that's pretty much the best way to rub that one out of existence.
If that had gone, we'd have seen it all. Had to get 47, treble 15, double one.
Kevin, you require
if Kevin had hit
47.
that, he would have said, I meant that. He's decided to go a different route this time. He's trying to hit the same double.
7. Liam, you require
He looks a bit nervy
82.
to me, Paul. That dart of the 7 was only just in.
He won't be happy if Liam takes this 82 out. Double top.
62.
It's dragged very
Kevin,
low.
you require 40.
A lot of shoulder in that dart for me. Liam Meek not really settled as of yet. Surely that's a great guide for Kevin Painter. Doesn't use it, down to 10s.
20.
And again,
Liam, you require
that grin,
20.
that smirk of Kevin Painter when he misses doubles. He's always had it as if to say, really.
Double 5.
Game shot on the
Finds
first
it with the
leg.
third dart.
Liam Meek.
Rubs a bit of salt in the wound and breaks the throw immediately, but I suppose you would have to say it, that the first leg of this contest was very similar to the first leg of the first
Second leg,
contest.
it's Liam to throw
Bit
first.
nervy, just
Game
getting
on.
themselves settled. But the person who took the first leg went on to win the match in our first game.
Almost a carbon copy of our opening game.
96.
I know you're one that looks at throws and stances, Paul. The Liam Meek one's quite interesting because he's almost bent down. Like we said, he's a tall lad, but he's almost compensating the way he stands. He's very, very low centre of gravity for such a tall man.
There's a lot of moving parts, and one of the reasons for that is because he's so tall. When you are that tall, I've spoken to the likes of Vincent van der Voort and Vincent Kamphuis, and it's just really difficult for them to
85.
stay grounded because they're so far off the floor. When you're thrusting something forward, like he is anyway, because he's a little bit of a leaner,
59.
just maintaining that posture at all times is very difficult. So he's got what's called, well, I haven't really got a name for it. It's a throw where there's a lot of moving parts, but it's all about timing.
60.
And quite a few players like that, in fact. Mensa Sulevic, Peter Manley was a bit like that. But he does something that I still, to this day, have got no idea why it's done. Why do people
60.
stand on top of the hockey, then put their foot behind it? Can someone please tell me why? Because the people who I have seen do it, I've asked them, and they've got no idea why they do it.
81.
Quirk very much started by Gary Anderson.
There you go. Stand on top, foot down. Everybody's different. I'm more of the Ian White style, where I carefully place my foot just behind the hockey. Then there are others like Gary Robson who kick it.
I'm a kicker.
And then you've got people who stand on top and then place their foot
Kevin, you
behind
require
it.
135.
Oh, the intricacies of the game. Please hit the 60, he's saying, because that guy was perfect for that bullseye. You might go back to it.
70. Liam, you require 87.
Should get a dart at the ball. Will get a dart at the ball for 2-0.
62.
Doesn't go, and you
Kevin,
heard
you
the nick of the
require
wire.
65.
It was that close, but no, Kevin Payton can break back. Will get 2 darts at tops.
Game
And
shot
this
the
time
second
around
leg.
makes no
Kevin
mistake.
Painter.
Missed a load of doubles in the first leg, but this time the artist finds tops at the first time of asking.
Oh, you don't see many 17 darters with
Third leg,
3
it's Kevin to throw
25s in there.
first. Game on.
That's exactly what you got from Painter.
80.
When I look at Liam Meek, even without knowing that he's from Wales, he looks like a rugby player to me. And I suppose when you look at Johnny Clayton and Gerwin Price,
140.
and John Bowles as well, who was a very good Super League player, in a rugby sense, not a dart sense. He just maybe another one off the conveyor belt of rugby players about to be a great world-class player in this sport.
Yeah, looks like an ideal second row.
97.
I'll just stay on the wing away from him, because he could crush me with one hand. I'm probably about the size of one of the dumbbells he curls for a bicep curl.
81.
Looking for a hold of throw. 2 breaks so far in our second game. The artist has left to finish after 9. It's a biggie.
140.
But it's something he's already
Kevin,
done
you
this week.
require
Yeah.
160.
And this is the one that the pros like because there's not a lot of changing around the board. It's not going to go this time around, but
It's one of the few
78.
occasions where
Liam, you
you're on a
require
finish and then after your first dart, you're
124.
not on a 3-darter. In the end, he's done a pretty good job, actually. And things are starting to go his way. If he can find
44.
another 25 here,
Kevin, you require
and visit
82.
number 5, he should get a very good look. Oh, well, that's a big miss. 73.
73.
Got 2 options, really. Treble 11 or treble 19. He's going to be disgusted with this visit.
46.
yeah, from 82,
Liam,
you
you
should
require
get at least
80.
one dart at a double. But now Liam Meek looks at 80 for a third consecutive break of
Game
throw.
shot on the third leg.
And again,
Liam
clinical.
Meek.
We saw them miss a whole host of doubles in leg 1, but legs 2 and 3, the kills have been clean and they have been clinical, Paul.
Yes, they have.
Fourth leg, it's Liam to throw first. Game on.
One thing I love about MODUS Super Series as well is that we're just a little bit more old school when it comes to table etiquette. We haven't gone too far into the business class end of darts with 2 tables yet.
43.
These guys still have to share.
I remember Matt Porter saying that was one of the good things to come out of COVID. We got 2 tables. Almost as funny as the
60.
Premier League when the players couldn't work out who was on what table, so they had to give them iPads with names on.
I'm a dart player myself, so I can say this, but most players do need a lot of direction.
140.
The only time we ever had a 2-table system, funnily enough, in PDC darts was the World Cup, because there were 4 people on stage. If you'd have tried to get
43.
4 players' cases and 4 players' drinks on one table, good luck with that. It would have been like a darting buckaroo.
Especially if you were playing Scotland or Holland, as it was Barney back in the day. They take
100.
take on rather a big case with maybe 3 or 4 sets in.
Yeah, dart cases used to be tiny, but nowadays they're a little bit bigger. And some of the spare equipment needed by players is bigger as well, because with the use of the molded flights these days,
100.
they tend to take up a little bit more real estate on those tables. Now, Liam Meek is in a brilliant position in this match. He's just got to reinforce this lead. Could we be seeing
42.
2 of the new players here on Thursday's Group C getting the ideal start against the players who've already played 3 days this week?
Do you think there's a slight
100.
hangover here for Kevin Painter? Because he didn't play particularly well in Group A. We saw him take to social media and say about his inconsistencies. And they're here again today because
81.
he could be winning this game. He's had multiple opportunities to be in front, but it's just not quite happening for the artist as of yet.
Yeah, he's had more darts at double than Liam.
140.
Let's see what happens here.
Liam, you require
This
95.
is the biggest visit of this match so far. And 95 was being found easily by Steve Brown the last couple of days.
57.
That could be costly.
Kevin, you require 58.
He thought it was in when it left his fingers. We saw the puff of his cheeks from Liam Meek there. He felt good. It doesn't go. But Kevin Painter now looking at tops for a level game. Down to 10s.
Game shot on
And
the
this
fourth
time around,
leg.
he
Kevin
finds
Painter.
it. And it is a 4th break of throw in a row. Tied at 2 apiece. They were just thinking, I just want to hold.
There was a
Fifth leg,
game
it's Kevin
actually
to
in
throw
game
first.
3 of Monday's play where Moreno Blom got his first win of the week against Andy Hamilton, funnily enough.
95.
And it was 7 breaks of throw in that match. Just proving that holds aren't that easy to come by sometimes.
43.
Very unusual, though, that every leg goes against the throw.
I've had a game like that once in best of 11. You go back to your room and just
140.
castigate yourself, honestly. You just think, how can I not hold once in 5 throws where I've got the darts?
100.
By that one, I'm guessing you're on the wrong end.
Yes. But then again, there have been games with all holds of throw, and you
77.
don't feel that bad in those games, unless you've had a bucket full of chances. I'm going to have a little word with Liam this week
100.
to see what a 27-gram dart feels like.
B-52 bomber.
Yeah, it's 20% heavier than my dart. And that is, in a game of
99.
millimeters, that's an incredible amount. But it's not even the heaviest dart in British darts at the minute, because Ryan Searle throws a 32.
Could you imagine those 2 playing each
44.
other? The pressure on
Kevin,
the
you
board.
require 90.
We'll have to reinforce it. Now, is it another 25?
Game shot on the fifth
I bet
leg.
it was.
Kevin
That
Painter.
dart was just hidden behind the other one. We couldn't see it because it was camouflaged behind it, but that is fabulous from Kevin Painter. It is finally a hold of throw, and maybe, just maybe,
to throw
the artist will now
Game
relax.
I'll let you tell him that, because I
100.
sneakily suspect that he has never been in a relaxed state in any darts match he's ever played since he made his England debut in 1994.
60.
Yeah, you heard that right. 28 years ago, he made his England debut, and his first 3 darts for his country were a 180. But he's had this intensity
55.
with his game since then. And that's one of the reasons why he's so watchable.
Oh yeah, very watchable because it's the facial expressions, it's everything that goes with it. It's not just a
100.
blank canvas where you see some players, they throw 100 average, but there's just nothing there. There's no energy, there's no excitement around it, where Kevin can throw a 22 dart leg and it still be very,
60.
very watchable.
Well, there was something exchanged between the players there, not in a nasty way. I don't know what it was, but it got a little bit of a giggle from Kevin. Now, one of the things you might not know about Kevin Painter is that he has got a brilliant sense of humour.
85.
If you get him in the right mood and in the right company, I would say the ideal dinner party for Kevin would be Alex Roy, who
80.
doesn't play anymore, which is a real shame. It was his birthday, I think, a couple of weeks ago. I wouldn't mind being there myself. But if you get him with the right people
95.
who he can have a genuine laugh with, he is hilarious.
Yeah, you'd have Wayne in that bracket, wouldn't you? He'd be at that dinner party.
Yeah, there'd be a few of the Essex lads like Lloydie, like Wayne.
140.
Maybe one of his old
Kevin, you require
travelling pals, maybe.
161.
We're at the business end here. Liam Meek will get darts for 66 to send us all the way.
55. Liam, you require 66.
And Kevin's not really set that up very well.
I get the feeling the fly that was in yesterday has invaded again without a ticket. Double 12.
42.
Oh, how did that not go in?
Kevin, you require
That was a
106.
somewhat unkind deflection. 106 will give Kevin Painter his first 2 points of Group C. Tenor of 6. Double top.
Game,
Consider
shot,
this match
and
done.
the match.
And Painter
Kevin Painter
starts ideally. He was in trouble for a bit of time in this match. He was 2-1 down, missing chances. But the change came when he started finding doubles. There you see his percentage at 36%. It was well below 20 at one point, but over the last few legs, he was exemplary. Perfect start for Painter. First 2 points in Group C. We'll see Shewan, a debutant, in the next match against Moreno Blom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It feels normal this now, doesn't it? Big stage, bright lights, and Kevin Painter with that swagger on that stage. A brilliant win for him in his first match of the day. 4 breaks of throw, and then Kevin Painter got his finishing touch, that key 90 checkout, 25-25 tops, followed by 106 to win the match. Absolutely excellent stuff to get over the line there for Kevin Painter against the young Welshman Liam Meek. That followed a 4-2 win for Scott Walters in the first match of the day. That was against Steve Brown, a 95 average as well for Scott Walters in that one. But coming up next, it's a debutant here at the MODUS Super Series, Lee Shewan, who is only actually making his 3rd TV appearance, having played at Lakeside on debut at the WDF World Championship earlier this year. He beat his best mate, Jordan Brooks, in his first match, then lost out to who was the defending world champion at the time, Wayne Warren, in the next match. An inspired comeback win for Warren there. But he's back on the telly here and about to take on the young Dutchman Moreno Blom, who only won a couple of games in the first 3 days of the week, but did finish Group A with the best finishing stats. Remarkable, isn't it, Phil? Isn't it, Paul?
Paul, I'm looking forward to this one. I'm looking forward to seeing Lee Shewan here because, as Murph said there, TV experience isn't there, so it's going to be interesting to see how he settles.
I think it's possibly one of those mornings for Lee where he'll feel a little bit nervous, but the experience of playing in front of TV cameras before will definitely work for him. But I suppose when you look at his career, it's only a couple of years old. He's been playing darts a while.
First leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
But as far as experience levels of doing things like this and playing in front of cameras, we're just going to have to wait and see.
70.
But when you've played for your country, you've got to take some confidence from that. But maybe this is the right kind of game for him to
42.
start off with. He hasn't had to play the first or second game of the schedule. He's had a bit more time to get his mind right coming into this. But I think the early signs do show me that he may feel a little bit like a duck out of
28.
water to start with. But the problem with Group C is that you've only got 2 days of action. You don't have 3. Sometimes when you make your debut in Group
100.
A, you think, what I'm going to do is use day 1 as a way of getting used to this format. You don't really have that comfort in Group C.
95.
We were talking on equipment earlier, and this is the first time I've seen Lee Shewan since Lakeside. It's a very short dart. he uses.
171.
Yeah, when he was at Lakeside back in April, he was using these short barrels, short stems, and the big flight. It's not the kind of combo that
84.
is commonly used these days. It's an almost old school setup, which I love to see now and again.
134.
He's going to have to like a fast game against Blom because he is rapid. I mean, Lee's not exactly slow by any means.
77.
Blom is
Moreno
really up
required
there with one of the
54.
quickest players that I've ever seen.
Game shot on the first leg.
That is outstanding
Moreno Blom.
from the young man. A 14 dart leg in the opener. And how much confidence can he go into this game with? Because as you said earlier, it was a disappointing group
Second
A,
leg, it's Moreno to
but
throw
the slate
first.
is wiped clean, so he can take all that experience, all that knowledge and know-how that he learned in those
100.
3 days into Group C.
I think there's nobody who comes into Thursday's action, whether it's Group B or C, who is happier to see the slate clean.
180.
There we go. We've got evidence from Lee Shewan as to what he can do. But Blom showed us in little purple patches what he could do
134.
over the last 3 days. You know the talent is there, but he's looking for the big C, isn't he? He's looking for the consistency. And if he can find that,
140.
then I think people should watch out. He's definitely got ability and confidence. And if he's looked at this week and said to himself, Group A for me is a
83.
learning mission. I'm expecting to play 5 days to try and qualify for Saturday. This is where he's really got to switch on. But look who's switching on in leg 2. Lee Shewan is properly playing now.
Absolutely.
135.
Nervy in the first leg. However, he looks on course to break straight back here.
60.
Fabulous.
Lee, you require
Leg
46.
leaves 46 after 9. He'll head over 10, double 18.
Game shot on
And
the second
that is
leg.
clean,
Lee
it is
Shewan.
clinical, and it is a good kill from Lee Shewan. It is one apiece, and he has his first leg at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, that deserves a fist pump, that one. Your first winning leg
Third
is an
leg, it's
11
Lee
darter.
to throw first.
And that's the best leg of the week that anybody's registered. That tells you something, that maybe he just needed a leg to settle down.
140.
Never mind a day or a game.
Right now, he is absolutely flying. That treble 20 is taking
91.
an absolute battering right now from Lee Shewan. As his average goes over the ton mark. Just about to clip 103.
One thing we can tell you about Lee Shewan, he's made 4 ranking
43.
quarterfinals in the last year. That's one of the reasons why he made the Lakeside for the WDF World Championship in April.
137.
Where Chris, our host, eloquently put that he was pitted against a childhood friend in round 1. How cruel was that draw? But it worked out for Lee because he won that match. Ultimately lost
81.
out to Wayne Warren. But let's look at his action in May this year, where he played for his country for the first time.
140.
He was part of the winning England side in the Tri-Nation Series, where they have British internationals, where it's England, Wales and Scotland, and the champions were England. Lee won one match.
17. Moreno
And
require
he lost one match. He lost to the Welsh
133.
captain, Nick Kenny, but the match he won was against Scotland when he beat Colin Miller.
93.
Moreno Blom here is threatening to break again. We had it in the Kevin Painter game. Breaks a throw were common. And right now it's going the same way here.
95.
But Moreno Blom right now, Paul, is
require
averaging
40.
nearly 106. And this is stunning.
Double 10.
Game shot on the third leg.
Are we going to
Moreno
see the
Blom.
real Moreno Blom over the next couple of days? This one's being played in a really good spirit. He
Fourth
was
leg, it's Moreno to throw
out
first.
of the blocks, brilliant on Monday. Had a game where he didn't miss a double.
97.
He was clinical in that department. But had to wait another 12 games for his next win.
95.
That'll shunt most people's confidence levels, but you just get the feeling that you're looking at a very
81.
Teflon-style individual who has chalked it up to experience, and now he's ready to put a charge in a group where only 2 people qualify out of 6. So you've got to be in the top third
26.
to get to Saturday night to join Andy Hamilton.
$134.
Yeah, just looking at this tie here, you can see that he's learnt so much from those defeats. And in sport, not just arts, you often say you learn more about yourself by losing. And I think Moreno has learnt an
140.
awful lot in those 3 days. Showed great character, great resolve, and now we're seeing that.
93.
It just looks more comfortable to me. He was getting a bit experimental on Monday. He obviously thought that things weren't going his way, so he was going to try
76.
something different.
Moreno
That
require
didn't work,
96.
so he's gone back to what he was doing best, throwing at the pace that he's comfortable with.
82.
And he has been fairly
Lee,
tricky
you
on the
require
old
164.
outer ring choices, that's for sure. He's keeping our spotter very, very sharp.
Yeah, that's not a traditional way, that's for sure.
96.
He doesn't do
Moreno
much in a
require
conventional way,
14.
but he's definitely gone for double 7.
Game shot on the fourth
And that's where it
leg.
is.
Moreno
3-1 for our
Blom.
first hold of throw in this match. Lee Shewan in trouble on his debut game.
One thing I have noticed, Paul, whether it's PDC,
Fifth leg,
ADC,
it's Lee to
WDF,
throw
wherever it is,
first. Game on.
the Europeans have got some funky ways now of going around the board, and they're not using traditional tops 10s ways. It's double 14s, double 13s.
180.
I think we
140.
look at this sport sometimes almost too traditionally. What have we learnt from John Part when he came through in the mid-90s? What have we learnt from
119.
the Dutch charge in 2006? What have we learnt from some other players like
87.
Dimitri Vandenberg over the last 5 years? It's that this game can be played in a very traditional manner, but there are better ways of disposing of 501 points in as few darts as possible. And we're all evolving as dart players. And the more I see Moreno Blom play it, the more I'm impressed
96.
with his mathematical
Lee
prowess.
requires 65.
65 for Shewan to get one back and half that deficit.
41.
Doesn't go, but we'll be back.
That worked out pretty well. As long as he takes double 12 next time, this is a very good leg and a very
100.
good match.
Lee required 24.
To be honest, Phil, I'm not sure that I was prepared for this to be such a high-quality contest. I thought it might be quite edgy. Double 3, must go this time.
18.
Chance for Blom to finish the whole thing.
Moreno
And to go top of the table after round 1.
We saw the anguish on Shewan's face, and it looks as if he may be punished.
66.
And how close is that
Lee
from
requires 6.
Moreno Blom? It couldn't have got any closer. Shewan gets an unexpected chance. But that's difficult, Paul. I'm not sure how much he can see.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
What a dart
Lee
that
Shewan.
is. That was a block target, and he's found one that's gone over the top like a David Beckham free kick.
That was more like a Cristiano
Moreno to
Ronaldo free
throw
kick that goes over the wall and somehow hits the post at the bottom. How did he do
57.
that? Either he could see a lot over the flights and our camera angle was deceptive, or that was a miracle dart.
140.
And he needed to hit that to stay in the match.
98.
Showing a bit of resolve here as Lee. Not got any experience
41.
of playing in this format. So he's playing on the fly for me. And that's why I don't think there's a great deal of
55.
pressure on him, because when you come in here with 5 people who have played before, you expect the people with experience to get the job done.
50.
Interesting to see how Moreno Blom reacts here, because match starts were
121.
missed, and he hasn't got that experience, Paul, to just shrug it off as some of the older pros have got.
You can't buy experience, but if you put yourself through the mill a few times,
45.
you'll feel a
Moreno
little bit better
required
if you learn
170.
that you can come through these kinds of games.
105.
And let's not forget, Blom has only won 2 matches this week. He's on the cusp of his 3rd.
55.
He beat Adam Smith Neal
Moreno
yesterday by
requires
4 legs to 1,
65.
and Andy Hamilton 4-3 on Monday.
25.
And he hasn't quite beaten Lee Shewan yet. That was
Lee require 170.
so close to a 65 out.
The way that first dart at tops was sat, you thought just kiss the barrel and it goes in, and somehow
38.
it hasn't. However,
Moreno require
he now
40.
has 3 clear darts in hand. The first one isn't much of a guide. Surely that's a good
No
guide.
score.
And
Lee
again, Paul,
require
look on your face. I know the
132.
viewers at home can't see it, but you're amazed how that hasn't gone in.
I can't believe it didn't go in. Lee's devastated that he doesn't get a look at the
60.
bullseye.
Moreno require
Dart number
40.
6 at tops for the match.
Game.
Double
shot,
10 comes to
and
his
the
aid.
match.
That was a
Moreno
really
Blom.
good contest. The averages came down a little bit at the end because leg number 6, Lee Shewan, just couldn't find his scoring range. But Moreno Blom with a 90.63 average. Checkouts came down at the end because of all of those misses at tops. But he gets his 3rd win of the week. And key for me is that he starts with a win in Group C. We're going to come back with Game 4 after this. It's going to be Walters up against Painter. That one could be tasty.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Moreno Blom pick up his first win in Group C, only his third win of the week. He did, in fact, win his first match in Group A as well. He's done it today against a debutant, Shewan, who, well, it looked like he was taking a little bit of time to settle, but then in the second leg threw in an 11-darter. But Blom managed to get over the line in the end, still averaging more than 90 despite missing a few darts at double in that final leg. He picks up a couple of points and joins Scott Walters and Kevin Painter in winning their first match of the day. That pair about to do battle now. It was 4-2 for each of them in their opening wins today. Walters getting the better of Steve Brown and Kevin Painter seeing off Liam Meek. And it was also 4-2 for each of them in their previous meetings against each other. So something has got to give in this one. In the first game, you would say that Scott Walters' scoring was on point, but Kevin Painter took out a couple of clinical finishes to get over the line in his opener against Meek. That brilliant 90 checkout and a 106 to go and win the match. So Charlie Corstefine is officiating on this and all of the matches today, and Paul Nicholson and Phil Bars are on standby in comms.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. And I'm looking forward to this one. Both won their opening games, but for me, I think Scott Walters is favourite for this one. From what we saw in the opener, his scoring was devastating at times, and I'm not sure the artist will live with it if it's the same as his opener as well.
Chris brought up a really interesting statistic right there, that every game so far today has been 4-2. And when Kevin Painter and Scott Walters have met before, that was last year at roughly the same time.
First leg, it's Scott
Both games
to throw
were 4 legs
first.
to 2.
Game on.
Now, Painter did average 100 against Scott Walters in his first game against him last year. But the very next day, Walters got revenge with a 96 average. You just sense that
100.
maybe there's some game chemistry between these two. The pace of the game will suit them both. But I think you might be right, Phil. If we do
81.
continue with that accuracy around that treble 20 bed from Walters, it may be him who is the favourite in this, not just because of that factor, but because he's got the darts as well.
Yeah, having the throw here at the Super
100.
Series is always a huge benefit. For those that aren't sure on how it's done, everyone has the throw the same amount of time. So in this game tomorrow, it will be reversed
85.
and Kevin will have the darts. Just the way they were looking around Paul at the start. I think the fly is still in there. We've had the Ali Pali Wasp. I'm sure by the end of the day, we'll have the MODUS Super Series Fly
58.
Twitter account up and running.
Vermin. They should stay away. Leave us alone. That was a bit cutting from me, wasn't it?
85.
Yeah.
Well, 3 games so far today, and 2 of them have gone against the darts. So there's a little bit of encouragement for Kevin.
100.
You know how you were talking earlier about, or we were talking earlier about Kevin Painter having a sense of humour? Maybe one of the people that would be really interesting to have a dinner party with
140.
Kevin would be Andy
Scott,
Jenkins.
you require 143.
They go way back. Played in the England team together over 20 years ago. And you've already said that Scott Walters is someone who hangs around Andy a little bit, who has had a decent
86.
season here at
Kevin, you require
Super Series
110.
darts, because he won a Group A, didn't he?
He did, and going back to your point on a dinner party, any dinner party with Andy Jenkins on is going to be lively.
He would be top of my invite list if I had an end of the world party.
50.
Well, who's going to be partying after leg
Scott,
1
you
here?
require 57.
57 seems easy. Could make it look easy.
Game
And
shot on the
does.
first leg.
Very good stuff
Scott
from
Walters.
Scott Walters. Starts in 17 darts, and that's around the 88 and change average. And if you can maintain that throughout
Second
the
leg, it's
course
Kevin
of
to throw
most
first.
games, you're going to get enough chances potentially to win a lot of points. But every now and again, you are going to have to find that
57.
mid-90s to 105 average. We saw earlier this week Steve Brown register 103.66 for our best average of the week. And that was against Kevin Painter.
Just looking at Scott's mannerisms and his demeanour on stage, not at any point did I ever think he was going to miss that 57. It was just cool, calm and collected at all points. It was pin 17,
96.
step back, breathe, pin tops.
Well, there is a great deal of experience from Scott in playing in this format. I know we've changed venues in the last 2 weeks, and everybody's really excited about it. But inherently, it's doing the same thing, just on a different board. And I've had a throw on that stage. It's glorious.
100.
It's faultless. There are some hockeys that you see on your travels and you think, I don't like that. I never particularly liked playing at Minehead. It was just too cold. Now, this place is so well put
100.
together. Going up there, you've got nothing to worry about. I was talking to Steve Brown about it. I talked to Martin Adams about it. And they all said,
100.
it's got space. When you retrieve your darts, what you want is space to walk and space to think for just a few seconds. That's exactly what has been constructed here. And when you've got two seasoned players like this, this is where they can play their best stuff.
Kevin, you require 148.
I don't want to talk too much, but Walters keeps looking at his hand.
Yeah, potentially there may be an issue. However,
Game
that
shot on the
is
second
sensational
leg. Kevin
from
Painter.
Kevin Painter. The 148 to hold throw pins the 14s, and he's just giving it the old, yep, that was good.
I'm going to take you back, Phil.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
Because we've been here since the very beginning. We can reminisce. Watched many a match between Dave Evans and Richie Edhouse and all of the other protagonists in 2020.
70.
And there was a day where I couldn't commentate, and Chris Mason couldn't commentate, and Mark Webster couldn't commentate, and you decided, well, I'll step in and I'll do it.
60.
And didn't you get a 9-darter on your first day?
I did.
I think the word we're all looking for, people, is jam.
The things debuts are made of. Footballers
59.
score hat-tricks, players do 9-darters, pundits and commentators get 9-darters.
Was it Aaron Monk who got that 9-darter?
No, I did Martin Adams.
Oh, you got Martin Adams versus
85.
James Hubbard. Yeah, because they were both hit against James Hubbard in 2020.
Yeah, Chris did the Aaron Monk one.
Well, I got the first one in Southampton for Richie Burnett. Well, no, it was James Richardson won it, but it felt like the first one because it was so remarkable.
180.
The Richie Burnett 9-darter at Southampton is one of the best 9-darters I have ever seen because it wasn't a dirty 9-darter. I know people go, there's no such thing. There is. There's a
60.
scruffy one where it's in the corner of a treble or just hanging on. If you'd have gone up to the board and physically put each one in, you couldn't have done it any better.
He's doing a pretty good job here, is Scott.
140.
He's using that overstacking method really well today so far.
$39.
Go back to those
Scott, you
days
require
at home, Paul.
52.
You were involved in obviously the setting up of this as well. You did all the testing and roll on 2 years and we're now in this. It's quite remarkable.
It really is. Now, is that a blocker?
Game shot on the
that
third
is a
leg.
clean shot.
Scott Walters.
Didn't even flick the flight on the way through. And I think both players are wondering, where are these flies coming from? No flies on Scott.
Fourth leg, it's
2-1
Kevin
up.
to throw first. Game on.
Scott reminds me of Terry Jenkins, where he has this quality of being able to understack or overstack. Because Terry
55.
Jenkins was a legend at doing things like that. It didn't matter where his first dart was, he could find that second dart. And Scott's very much similar.
If you look at where he
60.
holds the dart, it doesn't surprise me, actually. Because he holds it right at the end of the barrel towards the point. So what he's trying to do is float the dart through the air as opposed to Kevin, who
99.
gives it the full shebang. It's a real thrust from the right shoulder, whereas it's a flick, what we've got here. It's almost like he's trying to topple the flight
140.
over the top of the point first, and then when it comes to the board, it corrects itself and lands flat. It's a great technique.
Something we
59.
don't see on TV anymore. But remember when we used to have the flight cam where you used to see the dart going through the air, and the Dennis Priestley one, it used to just like meander like a fish through water.
Like a fish on the stage.
57.
Yeah, that's not mine. That's Jerry Hendricks' line. That'll forever be the time
83.
that made Dave Clark laugh uncontrollably, and it still makes me laugh to this day.
Yeah, it's it's one of the moments that you'll never forget.
83.
Great last start there from Walters. Gets him to a finish first again. Third time out of 4 legs he's done that.
96.
This is where he could
Scott,
make
you require
real hay.
161.
Take real advantage of having the darts in this match, and he's making his move against the throw. That is microscopically missed.
82. Kevin, you require 109.
Sloppy last start though. He's down to 79, but it could and should have been a lot better than that. But we'll get a go at the 79.
77.
Should
Scott,
get at
you
least one
require
dart at
79.
tops. Will it be 1 or will it be 2 darts?
Just don't go for treble 13. I actually thought he was going treble 13 as well, but double top. He was good in leg 1.
59.
But when he misses it,
Kevin, you
doesn't miss it by
require
much.
32.
No. He is wire clipping today.
Game show on the 4th leg.
Good
Kevin
response
Painter.
from Kevin Painter. We got the artist nod there as well. We've seen it over the years that when it's a good dart, it just gets the single. Yeah.
he is a
5th leg is Scott
world
to throw
class
first. Game on.
breather on the stage, Kev. If you look at him, he gives it the full inhale, the full exhale. No shortage of oxygen in those
96.
lungs. Positively expelling that CO2 from his lungs to make sure that he's nice and calm.
85.
Well, as calm as he wants to be. Well, he's just proving that to be a world-class player, you have to do certain things fundamentally. You've got to be a good technician.
100.
You've got to be fully aware of your surroundings. But any human being to do anything at their top level must breathe properly. You can't go up there and hold your breath the whole time.
140.
You'll just get too tense. After every throw, deep breath, do it again.
Well, his throw is
96.
very unique and very. You just look at know it's Kevin Painter's throw with the pronounced finger, the way the stab forward and the set. I know you
85.
commentated on the last women's series in Germany. Roos van der Velde, the young Dutch woman, absolute modelled the Kevin Painter throw. As soon as we saw her on the stream, it was like, we know where that's come from.
Yeah, that's a very good
123.
very good observation, actually, Phil, because I am completely on board with the fact that Roos van der Velde has got a Painter-style throw. The positions are exactly the same. Kevin just giving what looks like a flying insect a bit of an eagle eye.
91. Scott, you require 86.
Now, to keep the pattern going of 5 holes of throw. It's a good lie for a 54 if he wants it.
79.
He found it, but he doesn't get the double 7.
Kevin, you require 100.
Big moment in this game here. If Kevin Painter can pop this 100.
Multi-skilled Painter. He can throw a good dart and he can catch a few flies along the way. 2 double tops. Oh, just hit the dart.
60.
I remember when James
Scott,
Wade
you
did that
require
against him
7.
in the match play. I think it was back in 2007. Kevin wasn't happy.
Back then, double doubles weren't the in thing, were they?
No, they were not. Double 2.
5.
Overpitched that one.
Kevin, you require
This
40.
is the leg that Scott has let slip. And it could be the tail of the tape. Definitely favouring that left side of tops. Double 10.
20.
Didn't really scare it.
I was going to say, they weren't really
Scott, you
close.
require 2.
Where his doubling had been very good up until that point, but it's a lifeline for Scott
Game
Walters,
shot on the
and a
fifth
lifeline
leg.
Scott
Scott
Walters takes,
Walters.
puts his arms up to say, yeah, I got away with one there.
Sixth leg, it's Kevin to throw first.
I'm no stranger to insects invading the stage.
44.
I remember there was a wasp on the Alexandra Palace stage when I played Kevin Burness. In retrospect, I should have let the thing sting me. You just take offense to someone upsetting your rhythm. But it's not upsetting Scott. He's back in the 180 column.
180.
That's his second. Kevin yet to register one.
Ooh,
135.
that last one was wild.
Still gets him back in the leg, but Walters has already taken the darts. And he is moving forward. That's all right. You've got to get rid of that one at some point.
121.
That's a really good backup shot in the end.
And for the first time, it nudges that average to the 90 mark. It's been hovering around the 88 for a while. And there, Kevin Painter registers his first maximum of the tie, gets him down to a finish. And maybe this one's not done yet.
80. Kevin, you require
Okay, is that dog gonna be?
142.
That one gets him to a much more doable out. And he's going to get a look at it now.
90. Scott, you
Key
require
exchange coming in,
120.
but it might just be 3 darts, and it's done.
Can he go over the top? Yes, he can. Match dart at tops for the Shanghai.
80.
And it has come.
Kevin, you require
and it has
52.
gone. So Kevin Painter. Oh, he's missed a big number. We'll only get 1 dart to level this one up when it should have been 2. How costly will it be?
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Not.
Kevin Painter.
That is a great recovery from Kevin Painter, and we are going all the way. First time today, a game will not be 4-2, Paul.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first. Game on.
All holes of throw. So if we continue that pattern,
100.
it's going to be 4 points for Walters going into round 3. And his next game is against Moreno Blom, who's already got a win today.
121.
Walters gets the long shift today. He starts in match 1 and finishes in match 15. That's something that Steve Brown has mentioned over the first 3 days. He's had the long shift a lot.
125.
Brown himself has got match 1 to match 14 as his shift today.
99.
This is useful from Painter, but they're both very much hugged together after 6. Still the advantage with the man from Winchester, which seems to be
121.
a bit of a darting hub at the minute. That's where Chaz Barstow's from.
Yeah, and we've all seen the damage he's done here and on tour.
100.
Pushed
Scott, you
Michael Van
require
Gerwen out the world.
155.
But 155 to win it with a roof raiser. Not going to go, but we'll be back. Kevin Painter not on a finish. So how's your board management, Scott Walters, sorry.
Looks like treble 18, 78 left.
78.
Well, that was a great visit up until that dart. Pressure's got to be applied. Get down.
95.
I was going to say
Scott,
it's
you
a
require
41,
77.
but it's not the end of the world yet. But it might be now. Double 10 to finish it off.
He's already missed 1 match start. Up to 5s.
Game,
And there we
shots,
have it.
and
Last
the
start in
match.
hand.
Scott Walters.
Scott Walters takes his tally to 4 points, defeats Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. And up next, we will see Moreno Blom against Steve Brown.
Welcome back to Thursday's action here at the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Walters has just doubled up with victories, defeating Kevin Painter in a last leg decider. There was a brilliant 1-4-8 checkout from Painter there, who's been really clinical in that department, but Walters got the win, holding his nerve in that sudden death shootout. And that means that Scott Walters, in the early stages of this group, tops the table, having won both of his matches so far. Moreno Blom, the other player to get a victory in his first match, and he's back in action now against Steve Brown. Blom and Brown, of course, were both in Group A earlier this week, and Steve Brown won all 3 of the matches between the pair. Blom did win, as I mentioned, his first match today, but he did that in Group A as well and only managed to add 1 more. So far today, a 4-2 win for Scott Walters over Brown, a 4-2 win for Kevin Painter over Liam Meek, and the same scoreline for Blom over Lee Shewan. Then that last leg decided victory for Walters against Painter, and now it is time for the 4th meeting of the week between this pair. The young Dutchman looking for his first win against the Bristolian. So will Bomber Brown beat Blom again? We'll find out. Charlie Corsafine is the referee, and Paul Nicholson is alongside Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series here on the first session of Group C. And this is an interesting one, Paul, because like Chris said there, Steve Brown's got the wood over Moreno from Group A, and he'll be aware of that.
Very much so. I think everybody knows roughly, if not exactly, what their record is against every player. But Steve, who did not start with his best game today, will be looking to get back on the winning trail. Could be the first time this week that sees Moreno Blom win consecutive matches. That would do his confidence a lot of good. But Steve, as you can see, 41 now. How did that happen?
First leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
Still
Game on.
plays at his home in Bristol. Very tough school. Up and around that area. Excellent standard of darts.
180.
What a start that is, though, from Moreno Blom.
Yesterday, I was talking to Henry Deacon about
140.
Moreno Blom's predicament in Group A. It didn't go well. And we've already touched on the fact that everything was
58.
white clean this morning. But let's go back to the very first week, or the very first day that we came here. A certain Kieran Tian
134.
had a nightmare at Group A. Got himself through Group C. What did he do? He became the first winner
59.
in this building. So who's to say that now the Group A is over, we might be about to see the real Moreno Blom? Who's to say he can't win this week? He's definitely got the capabilities of doing
57.
that. If he establishes enough confidence and wins through this group, I'm not going to say he can't do it, because it seems like he's a very, very different player today.
59. Steve, you
Not just
require
Kieran Tian.
170.
If you go back to last week, Dan Reed didn't have a good Group A, but he found something towards the end, that one win,
55.
and he went on to then win
Moreno, you
Group
require
C and
145.
played some great stuff and was unlucky in Saturday night's final. But the key is confidence and just getting a little nugget and running with it.
74. Steve, you require 150.
Confidence can't be bought or found, it can be built. Oh, what a dart that is for tops.
75. Moreno,
It's
you
one of the
require
best darts I've
71.
seen this week. The shot of the bull, not the shot of tops.
Game
That
shot on
one
the first leg.
Is again
Moreno Blom.
pinpoint on tops for Blom, who just loves hitting doubles right off the bat. And I get the
Second
feeling
leg, it's
that
Steve to throw
people
first.
are looking at Blom very differently this morning, like they were maybe a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, Paul, that
100.
he just looks a completely different animal here, that he knows it's a clean slate and he's just playing carefree at the moment.
140.
Steve has got 3 wins over Blom this week. A 4-0, a 4-3 and a 4-2.
100.
So he just needs a 4-1 victory to complete the set. But they are going to play each other a minimum of 5 times.
40.
Both of them are hoping that they're playing a 6th time. Because if they are, they're both in Saturday night.
125.
Because of the dynamic here at the Super Series now. That's what everyone talks about. It's get to Saturday night and play in front of that live crowd, because it's just a different buzz, a different excitement, something that these guys don't feel too often now.
No, it's true, they don't.
100.
I'm lucky enough that I've done a few exhibitions in 2022.
100. Steve, you
Places
require
like Lampeter and
76.
Wales. Up in Turf in northern Scotland, so I've had the buzz of playing in front of crowds.
36. Moreno, you
But it's very
require
different
81.
when there's something on the line, as in you're playing for something.
Game shot on the second
Moreno
leg.
Blom with a
Moreno
14 darter
Blom.
to back up his first leg. Well, this is very different, isn't it? And very accomplished.
And
Third leg
it's
is
the manner
Moreno
of that
throwing
81.
first.
It was so quick, so clean, that he's just
81.
riding that crest of a wave, and that first win, he's now buzzing off of it, and you can see that, because I'm not sure yesterday that 81 goes.
96.
I think there's more likelihood of it going now than at any point this week. There's more likelihood of him
100.
scoring steadily around that treble 20, because he had a real bad spell in the scoring stakes in the middle of Monday. But he seems to have brushed that off.
82.
Whatever support network he's got, whether he's got management, sponsors, they've obviously seen something in him.
81.
And we're only just starting to see what they maybe already know.
Yeah, because it's not as if Steve Brown's playing poorly. He's averaging 91.5. So
134.
he's in and around where he'd want to be. Yes, he knows he can play better, but it's not poor by any stretch of the imagination.
171.
But Moreno Blom is doing things like that. That's as good as a maximum.
Hasn't missed a double in this match, averaging 97.
59.
He's got a couple
Moreno
of
requires
3
68.
treble visits. He's missed a single there.
28.
Bit of a microscopic error,
Steve, you require
which
130.
could be magnified. If Steve can find 3 straight down the line here, needs to somehow find that 60. Now, how does he do it? Does he push it hard, or does he find the corner? Almost gets there.
In that situation, were you a
42.
corner, or were you a bit more power
Moreno
behind it and fire
require
through?
40.
Corner from the angle.
Game shot on the third
Still
leg.
hasn't missed a double.
Moreno Blom.
Incredible stuff from Blom, who's maintained his average from leg 2 to the end of leg 3. That 16 darter is exactly where he
Fourth leg,
sits
it's Steve to
average-wise.
throw first.
48 darts for the first 3 legs. That is really good.
It's very good. And Steve Brown isn't at the point of no return.
43.
Has to be perfect from here. There is no room for error. Must win 4 on the spin. Otherwise, Moreno Blom will join Scott
58.
Walters at the top of Group C on 4 points.
Best average of the week so far for Moreno, 91.67. So he's currently beating that a little bit. How much he would love to have a personal best. The same as what Steve did
60.
yesterday, albeit Steve with 103.66.
I know it's only day 1, but
81.
a 4-0 defeat would be so damaging for Steve Brown, because it's not only the no points aspect, it's that leg difference that we've seen make all the difference at the Super Series.
140.
Especially in a truncated format, like a 2-day group instead of a 3-day group. And you're going to see later on
44.
a group that's even more truncated, because they've only got 8 games per player, whereas this one's got 10.
98.
I like Group B. There's just something about it that gets the juices flowing.
Just darts after dark, isn't it? Things just
96. Steve, you require
always happen on a
160.
Thursday and a Friday night.
That's a name for a show if ever I've heard it. Darts after dark.
Scary prospect.
100.
Could you imagine some of the stories that could be told?
Yes. Yes, I can. Oh, look at Blom again.
140.
Gets himself into
Steve
2-dart range where
requires
Steve
60.
already dwells. You'd much rather have 60 though, but oh, it's a 3-dart checkout now. Tops is clear.
Game
And
shot
Tops
on the
is
fourth
found.
leg. Steve Brown.
Bit of a clinic on the outer ring so far in this match. Only 1 darted double missed That was by Brown earlier on. But aside from that,
Fifth leg, it's Moreno throwing first.
Steve Brown now has something to build on, but needs to attack the
78.
Moreno Blom throw here.
I'm trying to cast my mind back, Phil. I don't know whether you can
91.
remember this, but I don't think anybody's won from 3-0 down this week.
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
58.
Yeah, I've seen all of the games, and I've seen somebody win from 3-1 down. But I don't remember anybody winning from 3-0 down. I seem to remember a game where somebody was 3-0 up.
100.
Then it was 3-3. Then they actually won by 4 legs to 3. The person who was having that 3-leg advantage. But
57.
Moreno will be hoping that he's not that sacrificial lamb.
Yeah. Just on the darts after dark theme, Halloween is approaching, and we know
95.
players, even at this level, think about their setup and their shirts. I wonder if we'll see a Halloween special
95.
from someone.
Oh, come on, let's take it further. Get them all in fancy dress for the night.
I'm on board with that.
140.
I don't think I'm going to be working on Halloween. So, although I might be. If I tell you what, I'll make a guarantee. If I'm working on Halloween, I will come in fancy dress. Now, this has got to go. Can't be scared of it. Got to get it.
Game
Oh,
shot
that is amazing from Brown.
Steve Brown.
He's got his opponent sitting on 36 for the match, and he finds that little exchange of 75 to take his average just a shade under 90.
It's Steve to throw first.
That was a brilliant piece of defence.
And all of a sudden, the bomber is back in this game.
41.
If Moreno's here on Halloween for whatever reason, he'd probably have to come as a flower.
60.
Probably a take on the word Blom. I think bloemen is flowers in Dutch, if I remember rightly. Bomber would probably have to come as that guy from How Wiedersehen Pet. The wrestler that was called Bomber. And he actually was from the West Country as well.
140.
Kevin Painter would have to come as the Mona Lisa. Okay, that's the question for the day, isn't it? Which player outside the PDC would you like to see play around Halloween, and what costume would you like them to be?
97.
So get in touch with us at MSS Darts, at the Asset 180 myself, and Phil is also on Twitter. He's not hard to find.
At Phil Bars.
95.
Brown's on the comeback trail.
125.
And he's going to need it.
Steve, you require 130.
This is a thrilling game so far. That wasn't meant. Okay, that's worked out pretty well. That leaves 94. I thought he was doing that on purpose. I really wanted him to hit that after that treble 12. That would have been possibly the best 130 check I've ever seen.
The look you and I gave each other then was so
140.
funny, as if to say,
Moreno,
what has gone on
79.
there? But 79 to seal the deal was going to get us out of tops.
59.
Oh, he's been so close there. Steve Brown lives again.
16.
And the bomber needs 16 to send us to a decider.
2 4s. Key shot. Must get it.
8.
And doesn't. And you sense the end is
Moreno
nigh.
required 20.
Blom has already missed one match dart. And he's missed another 2.
16.
The only darts he's missed in this
So you
match at
require
double have
8.
been match darts.
And that's something we see so often. The hardest is always the last. But that's wild from Steve Brown. He's come miles
6.
inside. And he's left the madhouse. And we can see
Moreno
the disappointment
required 4.
etched all over Steve Brown's face.
Game,
And
shot,
Moreno Blom
and the match.
steps
Moreno
in to take
Blom.
his tally to 4 points. Steve Brown had his number in Group A, but it's Moreno Blom who takes the points here with a 4-2 victory over Steve Brown. It's getting tight at the top. Scott Walters and Moreno Blom on 4 points. Up next, we will see Meek taking on Shewan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Paul Nicholson has been in the commentary box for the first 5 matches of the day, including that last one, Moreno Blom beating Steve Brown. Paul, it was going so well on the finishing until right at the end, but Blom eventually getting over the line.
I think Phil said it very well in commentary there. Sometimes the hardest one to hit is the very last one. Ultimately, he was given enough chances to get over the line, but it's still an impressive performance. 57% on the checkouts, as you can see. The average, just a shade under 90, but the difference in Moreno Blom today compared to the last 3 days, it's not massively different. It's just more consistent, and he looks way more comfortable than Group A.
Yeah, and he's won as many matches this morning, hasn't he, as he did in the 3 days in Group A. So we'll have a look at how that affects the Group C table, because Scott Walters has also won his first couple of matches. Good start for him. Key match against Kevin Painter.
Yeah, it was. I think Scott Walters ultimately was the better player, but fine margins in that game. Scott was able to take advantage of it. You can see that Liam Meek and Lee Shewan will play next. They've got that game in hand, and they haven't got a point yet, so they've got to get cracking because it's only a 2-day group, this. You can't afford to be losing your first 2 games.
And quickly, what about Steve Brown? Because do you think he's maybe got a hangover from not making it through to Group B?
Maybe a little bit. I suppose we'd have to ask him that. But I just get the feeling that maybe he didn't start the way he thought he would. He started with an average in the 70s in his first game, and he wasn't able to get that comeback against his opponent Moreno Blom in his last match. But from here on out, he pretty much knows he's going to have to be close to perfect.
Well, it's 2 players who did lose their first game, so one of them will get a win for the first time this week here at the Super Series, and they're playing each other for the first time ever as well. It is Liam Meek against Lee Shewan, and Phil Bars is going to be joined by Paul in a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And here we go for match number 6 as we enter the second third of games. Liam Meek against Lee Shewan. Looking forward to this one. Both lost their openers, but there was good moments to take from both of them. Liam Meek lost 4-2 to Kevin Painter, averaging just over 80. And Lee Shewan lost 4-2 to Moreno Blom, and it was an 81 average from him. But there were just glimpses from Lee Shewan. A couple of
First
big
leg,
maximums.
it's Liam to throw first. Game on.
He's going to adjust to life in the live league. Sorry, the Super Series. That's a force of habit calling it that. Yeah, just enough to suggest that he's going to be competitive here today for Lee Shewan. And as if by Harry Potter magic, the asset has apparated down the stairs and joins me in the commentary box.
I'm going to have to take your word for that, Phil,
67.
because I've never seen Harry Potter.
Wow.
I'm too busy watching stuff like this. Too busy staying on top of the game of darts. There's a really interesting game that we've got with these
42.
two. Not a massive amount of experience for Liam previous to today. And the only experience for Lee is a defeat earlier.
125.
Moreno Blom by 4 legs to 2. If you look at his average in that game of just shy of 82, there's definitely more in the tank for Lee.
100.
But I mentioned the England internationals earlier for Lee Shewan, and that he was part of that winning England team.
139.
Wales came second, and Liam Meek was in the team for Wales. Liam beat Scott
60.
Robertson of
Lee require
Scotland.
170.
And that was the game he had against the Scots, but against the English, he beat
60.
the England captain, James Horrell, by 4 legs to 2. So he was 100% in his international games earlier this year. So does that tell you a little bit more about Liam Meek?
93.
He has pedigree.
Lee require 110.
And to take the scalp of a national captain is always a huge feather in the cap.
And someone who has played here. Double 16.
78.
James Horrell was here
Liam, you
on the
require
very first night in this
121.
venue. But he didn't win. That honour went to Mr. Tian of Ireland. Bullseye for Meek.
96. Lee, you require 32.
So for an early break of throw, Lee Shewan looking at double 16, up to 8s. Is that a good guide or not? I'm not sure.
Game shot on the
I'm
first
not sure if it was, but he
Lee
certainly
Shewan.
used it, that's for sure. 1-0 break of throw for Lee Shewan, and he leads Liam Meek 1-0.
Second
I do
leg,
get
it's
the
Lee
feeling
to
that
throw
these two-
first. Game on.
I've had a conversation before. Seem to be quite comfortable in each other's company, but the one thing you've got to get used to when you come to Super Series darts
180.
is the break between legs. We have to have a 10-second break between each leg. And some faster players, like Lee Shewan, are just so used to going straight back to the hockey, walking down, and then just turning around. Here, you've got to take a few seconds, and that does take some getting used to.
The wily old
60.
Martin Adams had it down to a T. It was hit your double, go and retrieve, go to the table, sip of water, breathe, walk back round, ready to go.
100.
But he's always played the game in that way anyway, so it wasn't really much of a change. Whereas nowadays, everybody seems to play
60.
faster, and everybody just wants to get on with it. It's almost like they're being paid by the hour, and they just want to get the job done.
No overtime rate here at the Super Series.
100.
Nope. One thing you can get this week is a £5,000 bonus by winning the week. The riches are big.
105.
No, it's great if
Liam,
you can make the
require
final. You get £2,500. But if you make the final, you're not going to Champions Week. Win the thing, get the £5,000, and you can go to Champions Week.
Lee, you require
and
96.
times that by 4.
I was going to say the £20,000 prize money.
Game shot on the second leg.
That was a bit good.
Lee
We'll come
Shewan.
back to Champions Week in a moment, but you heard it there. Lee Shewan give it a big come on. He knew that was a good dart as soon as it left his fingers, Paul.
What's your thoughts
Third
on
leg, it's Liam to throw first.
this change of venue? And in regards to that, players potentially celebrating a little bit more
125.
than in the previous studio, because that was a lot smaller. It was an hockey with a very low ceiling, and if you celebrated in that
97.
room, it just didn't feel right. Whereas in here, it just feels a bit more acceptable.
I'm all for it. To be fair, I was all for it in the Southampton one as well. I used to love when Rob Collins played because we always used to get the facial expressions and a little fist pump at least. So yeah, I'm
99.
all for the celebrating, especially here as well. Like we say, it's a bigger stage, it's a bigger environment, and
46.
I'm down for it.
Well, I'm sure I'll find out pretty soon.
Are you going to give it some?
59.
When have I ever done that? I think there's a lot of people actually curious as to when I'm going to play in this.
I know.
100.
So do I. I'm not even sure I'm allowed to say. I'll let the cat out of the bag by the end of the week, I'm sure.
I have to say, there was a lot of intrigue, a lot of people looking
134.
forward
Liam, you require
to the assets return to
130.
competitive darts.
Well, we'll talk about that in the next leg. Let's give these guys the full respect they deserve about trying to get this shot out. Lee Shewan
90.
could have
Lee, you
a
require
3-0 lead if he
112.
finds one big treble and a single to leave a double. There's the treble. Double 8. Oh,
100.
I thought he got that
Liam,
wrong,
you
and he
require
did.
40.
I went straight to the double 8 after the treble 12, and he got his maths wrong.
And Johnny, some ferret counting.
Game shot on the third leg. Liam Meek.
Might as well call him Jose de Shewan. He will hopefully be able to forget about that. And there
Fourth
is
leg, it's Lee to throw
Lee
first.
Shewan just,
Game on.
I'm not going to say impatiently, but that was just him getting used to the timings, because we do have to have that few second break before we start the next leg. But
60.
yes, I was actually slated to play this week. But when we were looking at the schedule for the 12 weeks of qualifying for Champions Week, we had to shuffle things around. So I had to swap the darts for the
58.
microphone for this week. And I will play it a little bit further on in the schedule.
How are the practice darts going?
180.
I actually did practice last night for a little bit of time when I was watching Manchester City play against Borussia Dortmund.
60.
I was enjoying it. I'm not putting any pressure on myself when I come here because I don't think there is any pressure on me.
Not at all.
100.
Depends who I'm playing and what kind of pressure I put on myself, because I'm sure there'll be something. I need someone to blame if it goes wrong.
Our players always find someone to blame when it goes wrong.
Lee require
we are kings at that.
161.
Right, Lee Shewan, 9 darts, 161. That's a really good way of forgetting what happened in leg 3.
58.
He really should be 3-0 up.
Oh, absolutely. He's had darts to be 3-0, but this is a good response to losing that last leg.
100.
And again, he's got 6 darts
Lee
to get rid of this
require
103
103.
if needed. First dart will be upstairs. Happy accident. Still on.
39.
Not very often, Paul. A treble 1 is a happy accident.
That's very true. I'm just questioning whether going for that treble 16 on 80 was the right call.
58.
He's gotten
Lee
away with it a
requires
little
64.
bit, but you'd much rather be sitting on 60 than 64. This way he's getting 1 dart a double, whereas he should have had 2.
Game
Oh,
shot
there
the
you go.
fourth
He knows
leg.
best.
Lee Shewan.
I'm sitting here. He's up there. I'm not going to question him, and he's 3-1 up. I'm not.
The factor for me wasn't the switch to the 16th.
Fifth
It was
leg,
more the
it's
lie
Liam
of
to
the
throw
dart on
for.
the treble 20 there, because it seemed perfect just to clatter one off of the other one.
Yeah, well said.
100.
If it is to be Shewan who gets the win here, it's only going to be Meek and Brown without points going into
180.
the next round of matches, which will start with Walters against Blom.
140.
Starts with a max. Can't back it up.
46.
Cuts the 180 in half by coming up dry.
42.
But Liam Meek can't find a treble either, so drop your dart. Some players back in the day may have called that tactics. The Peter Manley dark arts.
40.
But this leg's turning into a little bit of a scrappy one. Both players not on a finish after 9.
$140.
Liam Meek certainly is now down to 79. Lee Shewan needs to apply pressure. Needs at least 2 trebles to apply that.
Well, here comes that treble 1 again.
83.
It's a decent recovery, actually.
Liam, you require 79.
It does get to a finish, but you would fancy that Meek's going to get his second leg of the contest from this position.
Game shot the
does.
5th leg. Liam Meek.
Just showing what he can do. And when he came into this morning's play, Phil, he had won 5 games and lost 5 games.
6th leg, it's Lee to
As a
throw
win
first.
percentage,
Game
50%
on.
is fine. But like I've already talked about this week, if you want to contend when you come here a lot, in this format,
83.
you've got to be up between, in my opinion, 58 and 65% as a win percentage. You've got to be winning more matches than you lose.
69.
Yeah, spot on, Paul. Something just noticed with Lee Shewan, it's interesting to get your take on this, seeing that you coach. We've just seen at least 4 treble 1s now.
96.
Is that a technical error that he's getting a drift into that treble 1?
It could be somewhere where he's standing on the oche, or maybe it's a behaviour of the dart that he hasn't spotted.
137.
But it's something that I spotted with Lorraine Winstanley at Women's Series darts in Germany very recently. She was hitting a lot of small 1s.
99.
And Lee's darts actually do behave very similarly to Lorraine's, whereas they tend to veer to his right in the last say, inch of travel.
95.
So he's just got to be wary of that. And if you look at where he stands, it is slightly left of centre. So he's throwing almost across the line of the 20.
59.
To correct that, it could be one of 2 or 3 things. But I'd have to look at him from closer quarters.
Liam Meek
100.
is forging a potential
Lee
break
require
back
164.
opportunity here. Lee Shewan on 164. To be a roof raiser, it's not going to go. So Liam Meek is going to come back for a nice round 100 finish to level
Liam,
us up at 3 apiece.
100.
That's a good guide.
60.
That was very unfortunate.
Lee, you require 107.
Just missed the barrel. If he'd have caught 40% of that barrel, he would have got a shot at a double. And that's not something that Lee Shewan is going to get at his visit.
Liam, you require
He's had
40.
6 visits to get rid of this game.
20.
But he does get a 7th.
Lee, you require
That
56.
last start was dragged very low from Liam Meek as Lee Shewan looks at double 18 for his first victory in the Super Series across to 9s.
Game,
And there we have it,
and the
pinned
match.
with confidence.
Lee Shewan.
Lee Shewan picks up his first victory at the Super Series, his first 2 points to his tally. In a decent game there, Lee Shewan averages 86.12. Liam Meek 88.14. Tidy all-round game from the pair. But up next, we will see the top of the table clash. 1 and 2 meet Scott Walters, Moreno Blom coming up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here on Thursday. The first session of a double dose of darting delights here from the live lounge is well underway, and Lee Shewan has got his first victory of life here at the Super Series. His debut day, lost his first match, but won his second, a 4-2 win over Liam Meek there, with an average of 86 and change, a high checkout of 96 and a checkout percentage of 40% as well. Good stuff from Shewan in that one, leaving Liam Meek without a victory from his first couple of matches. We'll have a look at the league table, and we'll see that Meek and Brown are the two players without a win. Shewan and Kevin Painter with 1 win from 2, and Scott Walters and Moreno Blom have won both of their opening matches, and it could not be set up any better for the next match we're about to bring you, because the top 2 are about to do battle, and one of them will keep that 100% record. Moreno Blom only won 2 matches in 3 days in Group A, but he's won 2 already, and there are shades of Kieran Tian, as the boys in comms have been saying, aren't there, who ended up winning finals night, the first ever finals night here at the Super Series a couple of Saturdays ago. So it is Blom against Walters to see who will go outright top of the table, and Phil and Paul are waiting to guide you through the action.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, everyone. And we have a heavyweight tussle here. 1 and 2 in the table go head to head. Moreno Blom against Scott Walters here at the Super Series. The winner will go clear at the top and have daylight between them and the chasing pack pool.
Yeah, interesting times ahead. I'm not sure there were many people who were thinking that Moreno Blom would be at the top of the table after a couple of rounds, but we said that Walters had every chance of doing that, considering his experience when playing in this format. But someone's going to go into round 4 without a defeat.
Game on.
And whoever walks away with the defeat in this game, it's still a very good morning's work.
Absolutely. And we've said it so often here at the Super Series. The fact that Scott Walters has the darts today could be pivotal.
Both players have won a game
58
against the throw so far, and won one with the throw. When you get that taste of being undefeated,
100.
it makes you feel quite defiant, as if to say, I want to have that day where I don't lose at all. Imagine being the person who could do that today, and then you're sitting at home with a cup of Horlicks, other brands are available, watching Group B action later and thinking, do you know what, I'm actually quite close to qualifying already. I just need to do exactly what I did today.
99.
It's the old cliche, isn't it, Paul, that winning's a habit. And remember that Euro Tour run that Michael van Gerwen was on, that as soon as it went 5-all, you just knew. And sadly, the other player knew as well.
85.
Yes, it was over 20 games, wasn't it?
26, I think.
98.
I don't even remember who broke that streak. Was it Mensah Suljovic?
I think it may have been. It was like the Undertaker's WrestleMania streak.
78. Moreno, you require 112.
Well, that's a great first start.
92.
And for the first time
Scott,
today,
you
he's not
require
clinical
112.
from the off. Walters gets the same shot. Now, is that bed covered? What a silly thing to say.
80. Moreno, you
He
require
really does have
20.
a bit of a knack of under and over stacking, doesn't he? Awkward.
No score.
I got it right this time. It
Scott,
really was
you require
awkward.
32.
That first start was almost too close. Didn't give him any wiggle
Aim
room.
shot on the first leg.
And Scott Walters holds throw. That's probably the first time today that his throw has been under real pressure from the off.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
This is the first time I'm seeing Walters using the golden coloured darts.
77.
And you might be sitting at home watching this live on Sporty Stuff TV, thinking it surely doesn't make any difference if you use a natural tungsten set or golden
93.
coloured set. Well, it does make a difference. The feel of the dart in your fingers is different because it has a coating on it.
140.
And secondly, it's the look of the dart on the board. It can be quite off-putting at the very start. And one of the reasons why a lot of players like to use darker coloured sets is that they can't see the reflection of the tungsten in their eye line. They want to have that stealth effect. If you look at Blom's darts, for instance,
60.
they're not shiny. And most players don't want them to be shiny.
I remember, Paul, you'll know the exact year off the top of your head, but I remember you went to the match play and you used to play with the black coated darts, and then for that particular tournament, because
85.
of the heat, and like you say, the coating on the dart, you went back to the natural tungsten dart purely for a little bit more grip.
57.
It's just to get a little bit of extra comfort, really, because even though I used the black dart predominantly throughout my whole career, I was trying anything just to succeed at Blackpool.
60.
If I'd have had a
Moreno,
magic
you
wand and
require
a book full of
167.
spells at Blackpool, I still would have failed. Oh, no failure here.
142.
attempt.
Scott, you require 170.
This one is the only finish bigger than the one that Moreno's just missed.
The big fish.
100. Moreno, you require 25.
Is the big fish still a thing, and should it be a thing?
Absolutely. Oh, that's a
score.
big mistake
Scott,
from
you
Blom.
require 70.
I don't know what you'd call this one. This is like a sardine. Or is it an anchovy? He doesn't care. 2-0.
50.
It isn't.
Moreno, you
And
require
we heard a
25.
no, he knew as soon as he let that one go, it didn't feel good. Just composing himself, Moreno Blom.
Game shot on
And
the
the
second
composure
leg.
work. That shows a
Moreno
lot
Blom.
of maturity from the young man. It is one apiece in this table-topping clash.
He had a great dart shirt on yesterday, did Blom. But
Third
today
leg,
he's
it's
just gone
Scott to
back
throw
to the
first.
plain
Game
black.
on.
I like the Conor Heenahan shirt yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
I
40.
didn't. I wonder what he's going to wear tonight. There are stores available for sports shirt
57.
purchases close by. I don't know whether he's just washed one of those shirts or whether he's got another one, but that one yesterday, not my cup of tea.
57.
First things first, you've got to be comfortable. Not so much about
70.
what you wear, it's how you perform. And throughout some of my better years, I somewhat stupidly wore a cotton shirt with a tie on very hot stages.
98.
If I could turn back time, I probably wouldn't do it. And weirdly, when I had one of my best tournaments, there was one shirt that I liked more than any other. It was a light blue denim look shirt with a black tie. That was my favourite look.
125.
But could I get another one of those shirts anywhere? Could I? Heck. Couldn't find one. And funnily enough, I don't even own it anymore.
140.
My old manager Will's got it in a frame. I gave it to him as a present. Kind of wish I had it back now.
105.
So far, this one
Moreno, you
not
require
living up to the hyping.
141.
Maybe both players just feeling it, knowing the importance of this one. That a win, oh, that's unlucky.
45.
Knowing that a win
Scott,
for
you
either of them
require
will take them clear at the
76.
top.
I wouldn't be surprised if it goes the distance.
Game shot on
And
the
there's
third
a real
leg.
sign of quality
Scott
from Scott
Walters.
Walters. He's just able to pick these shots off, isn't he? With a real clinical nature. I was very
Fourth leg, it's
impressed with
Moreno
the
to
first time I
throw
saw him
first.
play it. And that's not changing. In fact, it's never changed.
96.
I love his attitude. I love his desire. He's got a throw that's all his own. And I think it's going to be hard to stop. If you were to ask me the question right now, who's going to
43.
qualify? I wouldn't be able to give you a second one, but my answer is that Walters is going to win this group.
140.
What's impressing me here, that the scoring phase of his game isn't there, but he's finding a way and a desire to win. In his first two games, we've seen the big finishes, the big scoring as the maximum comes along. But up
180.
until that point, we're 3 legs in, and there was only 4 ton visits. No 140s and no
27.
180s until that visit.
Strangely as well, because we talk about the darting pyramid a lot these days. WDF events, PDC Challenge Tour,
82.
this. But Scott Walters in this group is the only player to have played Challenge Tour this year,
59.
which is weird. So you've got 5 players outside of the elite who have decided not, for whatever reason, to play PDC Challenge Tour. Moreno Blom did play it last year, and he did make a last 16 where he lost out to Richard Veenstra in
95.
Niedenhausen.
Scott, you require
Veenstra consequently
56.
lost in the semi-finals that day, but it's really interesting that that is the case. Walters for 3-1.
Game
That one's
shot on the
just
fourth
in.
leg.
But have you
Scott
noticed already,
Walters.
Phil, that when he misses, he doesn't miss by large margins. We've seen some bad darts at double today from some players. But he is
Fifth leg,
throwing
it's Scott to
really
throw
well,
first.
even when he
Game on.
misses.
Yeah, there's no erratic darts from Scott Walters. But again, that comes from the throw. It's just solid. We've seen with some of the quicker players and some of the slingier
140.
actions that when the radar's off, the darts go astray. But there's a lot to admire about Scott Walters right now.
60.
It's good technique. He's obviously got equipment that he trusts. He's in a good place. And he's healthy too. You put those things together and you've got what could be
60.
a winning formula. We are trying to find this week another player to join Champions Week, which will be in the middle part of October.
180.
Second 180 of the match comes from Blom. The first came from Walters. But Robert Owen, Chaz Barstow, Graham Hall, Darryl Pilgrim,
180.
Lee Evans, Kieran Tian and Graham Usher, they are your qualifiers so far.
56.
That Champions Week is
Scott, you
rather
require
good.
121.
That 7-man list already sounds sensational.
Has he got this right? He's left double 7. Please tell me he wasn't going treble 7 bull.
I think he was.
Well, let's face facts, Scott. You've got a dart for 4-1.
113.
And I like that play. He didn't want to leave himself on 7. He worked it out and he thought, okay, Moreno's on 205. I do not want to risk anything here. He could have pushed the dart. He could have pulled it into the 16 or the 19 or the doubles. And he could have gone back to 121.
57.
That was a
Scott, you
very
require
intelligent play.
8.
Very intelligent indeed.
Game,
And
shot,
there we have it.
and the match.
Seals the match.
Scott
A
Walters.
4-1 victory for Scott Walters. He goes clear at the top of the table in Group C. Showed a cool mind and a level head when needed. Up next, we will see Kevin Painter taking on Lee Shewan.
The MODUS Super Series, where it's WWW Scott as Walters wins his first 3 matches of the day here at the Live Lounge. Great victory over Moreno Blom just there, who had won his first 2, so it was a real tussle at the top of the table, but that finishing success rate is what made the difference. And Blom has been so good in that department so far this week, but just 1 out of 8 for him, 4 out of 7 for Walters, a couple of maximums as well, and that moves him clear at the top of the table with a perfect start to Group C, 2 ahead of Moreno Blom, Kevin Painter and Lee Shewan, who are about to play just behind him, and Meek and Steve Brown, both without a win. They'll play after the next match, so one of them will be left stranded at the bottom of the table. But attention now turns to a meeting between the experienced artist Kevin Painter and the new boy here at the Super Series in Lee Shewan. Got his first win in his last match after only playing on the TV at 1 tournament before. That was the Lakeside this year, where Shewan made his debut. 2022, his debut at the World Championship. Can you believe it? Kevin Painter made his World Championship debut in 1994. He's now playing his 120th game here at the Super Series as well, in comparison to just a 3rd for Shewan. So it really is experience against Lee Shewan here. Will he be able to spring what would be an upset in his 3rd match at the MODUS Super Series? 28 years between their World Championship debuts. Quite remarkable, isn't it? And for once, I'm not talking cobblers. But Phil Bars and Paul Nicholson will be talking about the cobbler and the artist there in commentary to guide you through Painter versus Shewan.
Yeah, nice segue there, Murph. Hopefully we're not talking cobblers, but we're talking about the cobbler. And I suppose it's a good match because if you look at the shoes of Kevin Painter, he's probably got the best shoes on show today. Doesn't need a cobbler, does this guy? This is going to be an interesting match because, as we rightly predicted at the start of play, Scott Walters is at the top and they're all trying to catch him. But it's all about getting in the top 2, isn't it, Phil? It's not so much about winning the group, it's just about getting to Saturday.
Yeah, just get to the final. Doesn't matter how you do it, just get there. Because you can't win the money if you're not there.
Just like you've got to be in the lottery to get the winning ticket. You can't just have someone knock on the door and give
First
you money.
leg, it's Kevin to throw
You've got
first.
to enter
Game on.
if you want to win. And I suppose when you think about players coming through, and maybe I'm just waffling on here about what it was like for me coming through.
57.
But when I was watching darts at the turn of this century and reading Darts World magazine as well, I was looking at names like Painter, like Burnett, like Beaton, like Andy Jenkins.
45.
All of these England internationals and these international players from other countries like Scotland and Wales and the Netherlands. And I'm thinking to myself, when I'm reading that magazine,
55.
I wonder what it would be like to play against them one day. This is the first time that Lee Shewan's ever played Kevin Painter, but at some point, I'm pretty sure he will have thought, I wonder what it would be like to play Kevin Painter.
100%. I'm completely with you. And back then, picking up the Darts World magazine once a month was the only way that you got results. It was the only way that you knew what was going on in the darting world, because the internet, Twitter, wasn't a thing then. So that was how you kept up with the month in darts.
We didn't even have forums, anything like that, to keep up with what was going on in different counties. You read a magazine,
100.
and that was your Bible. But I'm pretty sure, because Lee Shewan knows Wes Newton pretty well, they're from the same town, he might have got a little bit of an inside track on
60.
Kevin from Wes, because they've shared a few holes over the years.
Go and get some info from Fleetwood.
Yeah, big darting town. There's a lot of great dart players in that part of the world. Painter's looking for a 174.
138. Lee required 116.
It's a great setup. Kevin Painter's throw was just under a little bit of pressure. It's still maybe if Lee Shewan can find a magical dart. And he can't, so Kevin Painter will come back for 56.
100.
That's a
Kevin, you
great
required
last start.
56.
It really was. How good is this?
Game shot
Good
the first
enough.
leg. Kevin
Painter
Painter.
protects in 17 darts to start us off. Now, Shewan is having a bit of a change of tactic here. Earlier in
Second leg,
his
it's Lee
first
to
two
throw
matches,
first.
he was
Game
desperate to get to the Yoki to start off. But I think he may have figured out a little plan just to burn up a few seconds before the start of the next leg.
on.
As you can
100.
see from our camera from the gantry there. Went to the table, took a deliberate sip of water, burn up a few seconds, and then you can get on with it.
60.
Yeah, you have to have a plan. And back when we were in Southampton, it was interesting that we all know Robert Thornton likes to get on with it. And when he was playing someone that was a little bit more methodical, you'd see him stand at the back of the room, and instead of looking at the board, he just looked sideways at the wall.
Now, Matthew Dennant, who was one of my favourite
40.
live league or Super Series players now. He used to look at the wall behind, and it was black. And he would just look
100.
and stay there until he could play it. You have to find your own little rhythm. That's something that Painter's pretty much used to now.
60. Lee, you
Yeah,
require
just about doing your own
121.
thing and making sure that you're in a good space. But this is a comfortable hold of throw for Lee Shewan here,
Game
and
shot
that
on the
is
second
magical.
leg. Lee Shewan.
12 dart leg, 1-2-1 at the end of the combination. Right now, Lee Shewan is averaging north of 109 here at the Super Series.
Third leg, it's Kevin to throw
I know
first.
it's only 2
Game
legs
on.
in, but you still have to admire those numbers when they're flashing in front of you.
Yeah, they don't give statistics like that out when you go to the local
100.
supermarket. You have to earn them. Now, this is the third game of the day for Kevin Painter, and it will be his 120th
140.
game in this format since the start of 2021. He didn't play it in 2020. He had a pretty quiet 2020, like a lot of dart
70.
players, but since his retirement from the PDC, he has pitched his tent in playing seniors, and he wants to be part of this as well. And he thinks that
140.
for the twilight of his career, because I'm sure he won't mind me saying that, that's good enough for him.
Yeah, absolutely. The seniors has been a breath of fresh air and a
134.
welcome addition to the tour and the dart circuit, because it gives the older generation somewhere to play at their level. They're not thinking they're world beaters anymore, but they're just in and around people of their own talent pool and everything like that, and reminiscing and nostalgia. I get all that, but
100.
they're competitive games.
Listen, these guys are already talking about next February. They're already talking about the possibility of getting their fingerprints on that trophy, which currently lives in Scotland with Thorn.
66.
That trophy is so
Lee, you
impressive.
require
that you could
121.
forget about the money, and they would want to play for that trophy on its own.
Yes.
That scuppers the chance of a second consecutive 1-2-1 for Lee. And Painter has got
19.
options on 1-3-1.
Kevin, you
He's
require
probably got
131.
more options now because Lee really fluffed his lines there, only scoring 19. Treble 18 will be his last target.
49.
Knocks on the other door.
Lee, you require 102.
It's a perfect first start. That was a happy accident. Well, not a happy accident. That wasn't planned.
No, it wasn't, but just get the right double. Double six.
Game shot on the third
And so
leg.
funny
Lee
that
Shewan.
earlier on in the day, he left double six and didn't know it. He went for the wrong double, but this time he has got double six and hits it.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw
I
first.
like his
Game on.
composure, though, because he knew it was a poor dart in relation to it wasn't what he was going for, but he took the time to step back and just cross-check with Charlie Korstoff in what was left.
I'm going to correct
39.
myself. He left double eight, didn't he? Not double six.
Yeah.
From the treble 12.
Yeah.
He's bamboozling all of us, including himself. I think he could do himself a favour by going
55.
for big singles instead of the trebles for a different double. Because otherwise, at one point, he might bamboozle himself into a position where he could lose a vital match.
59.
Yeah, we say it so often, and we've seen Johnny Clayton, Jose de Souza lose big games by poor counting.
Devin
60.
Peterson lost a World Cup fixture because he went for the wrong double. He miscounted. He thought he'd won the match. He didn't. Then they lost it.
135.
That's one thing I can say hand on heart that I've never got wrong. To date. Touch wood. Still plenty of time
39.
yet. It's probably because I don't throw too quickly. But when you do throw quickly, you think you've got it right. You just trust your brain.
96.
If there's any doubt, you just have to step back and think, what do I have? That's what the referee's there for. And trust me, Charlie's not going to make any mistakes. He's one of the best in the business.
39.
Yeah, saw him rocking it on the Euro Tour at the weekend. Did a great job.
160.
Oh, there you go. He's doing it again. It's almost like he's obsessed with double six. Hits tops to lead double six when in fact he was going for a 20 to lead 32. But look at the hesitation.
Game shot the fourth leg. Lee
3-1.
Shewan.
Painter in trouble of being squandered on 2 points after 3 matches, and he could be overtaken by Lee Shewan, who was in a very
Fifth leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
This is a fantastic performance from Lee Shewan. He's averaging almost 103. 3 from 3 on the outer ring. A 1-2-1 checkout. This is a masterful
85.
performance.
You and I both know, Phil, that this format is not for everybody. Not everybody is comfortable playing multiple matches a day. Some people can really struggle with it.
99.
But every now and again, we find somebody who genuinely adores this. It could be Lee Shewan's format. He likes, obviously, to play match play, not sets. You just get the feeling
125
on his debut day.
Clicking in a big way as well as that 2 treble visit elevates the average
100
to north of 103.
And he hasn't missed a double yet to end a leg. He has hit a tops till he double six, so
180.
we just have to continue to admire what he's doing. That's his second maximum of the match, and he's looking at a 97 shot
95.
to beat Painter in his
Lee
very first
Require
meeting with him.
97.
That's a slip.
But you would take a leave of 32 right now.
37.
He doesn't quite get there.
Kevin, you
But
require
this is a big ask
161.
for Kevin. In the early stages of this group, if you're having to take out 161s, that's not a good sign.
Not at all.
I think he may have changed his mind there.
55.
I think he was initially looking at the treble 19.
Lee
Didn't look
requires
settled at the hockey
60.
at all there.
This flight could be in the way of the single, but it's not anymore because it's high enough.
20.
Oh, he just needed one more, didn't he?
Kevin, you
Gradually
require
going south.
106.
Get
If
your-
that third dart was his second dart, he would have won the match right there.
We'll get your opinion on something probably the start of the next leg, because if Lee Shewan takes this, it is
90.
game, set, and the match. But on that 60,
Lee, you
thoughts on the
require
Darrell Gurney
40.
flatty. We'll come back to it in a minute.
No score. Kevin, you require 16.
And for an unlikely hold,
Looks like double 8. Lee Shewan has missed his chance,
No score.
and Kevin has missed his as well.
Lee, you require 40. Game,
Shewan
shot,
gets it done.
and the match.
4 legs
Lee
to 1.
Shewan.
A brilliant display, and he gets his 4th point of this group. A really, really confidence-building display. As you can see, the average is 96.97 with 44% on the doubles. The 1-2-1 early in the match gave him a lot of confidence. I just wonder what he's going to do next when he plays against Steve Brown in match 12. But before we get there, it's going to be Brown up against Meek in match 9 to close out round 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Shewan have an emphatic victory over Kevin Painter in the battle in the middle of the Group C table. That following the game we saw at the top. Shewan winning 4-1, his highest ever televised average, although it is a pretty small sample size, 96.97, a 1-2-1 checkout in there as well. Kevin Painter just not really at the races in that one, as he tweeted himself yesterday, still consistently inconsistent. This is what it does to the table, with Scott Walters having won all 3 of his matches, sitting pretty at the peak of the pile. Shewan behind him alongside Moreno Blom having won 2 from 3, Painter with 1 win from his 3, and Meek and Steve Brown, who are about to do battle now, looking to pick up their first points of the day. But before we get into that one, I heard the boys in commentary talking about the Daryl Gurney flatty. They didn't get the chance to finish that conversation, so I'll throw to them to ask them about that. But a quick point is that when Raymond van Barneveld first started out, he was actually so confident he used to throw at the small part of the single 20, so below the treble. That was his MO. What do you think about that, Paul and Phil?
Be brave enough to go for the small part of the single number. But going back to the flatty, I'm a big fan of it. And I remember pre-COVID, we were in exhibition, and it was Michael Smith and Joe Cullen, and they were doing the exact same thing, that they were practicing throwing that flat dart. Obviously, then COVID hit, and we haven't seen it since, until Daryl Gurney come and deliberately done it on the Euro Tour, Paul.
It was a very big moment. We all knew that players like Daryl and Willie O'Connor had this ability of changing the trajectory of their dart so that it could open up a certain bed. But to do it in a ranking match, that was a first for me. But it just goes to show, doesn't it?
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
We've talked about people's techniques and how some can only throw a dart one way, but the real geniuses, like Peter Wright, Gurney, O'Connor, Barneveld, real elite guys
70.
and girls, because I've seen the likes of Fallon, Lisa, Trina Gulliver, they've got some tricks up their sleeve as well. If you can utilise the plan B dart,
42.
then use it if you're confident with it. And it makes a big difference to somebody like Daryl Gurney because he throws a very long dart. It's not so much
48.
a thing that Lee Shewan would need because his darts are very short.
At that exhibition, the boys they didn't change their grip like Daryl did, and he moved his hand to the front of the barrel to make it live.
140.
They changed their flights, like we were saying with the kite flights that we see more and more. Johnny Clayton obviously uses them and stacks them. That they went
125.
changed the flight for that particular dart to give it that flat feel.
Well, that is something you could do. There's no rule against going back to the table and changing your flights on 1, 2, or even 3 darts.
180.
But what it would do is upset the rhythm of play, because putting flights into the top bits of the stems is not the quickest
134.
process.
Liam, you require
You have
139.
to have spare kit on the table that's already ready to screw into the barrel.
47.
It's getting like Paul,
Steve,
isn't
you
it, where we have
require
the break cue, the jump
124.
cue.
Don't tempt them. Double 11.
Game
That's
shot
more
the
like
first
it.
way. Steve Brown.
Steve, welcome to the party. Good stuff. He hasn't had the best of times so far today, losing 4-2 to Walters.
Second
in
leg,
his
it's
opening
Liam
match.
to throw
And then
first.
after that, it was a 4-2 loss to Moreno Blom. But looking on the bright side of that, he's lost to the 2 people at the top of the
140.
table. So if he can get busy and get 6 points before the end of the day, he will have a chance tomorrow.
100.
One thing I have noticed, just looking at that shot there of Steve Brown, there's a different focus. If it's the same, when we see the player
93.
cam looking back at him, look at those eyes. They look, that's a steely look.
That's the Steve Brown I know.
125.
The one who's upset me a couple of times when we've played, but now we've had some good battles over the years. But look at him in the background. He is staring a hole through the scoreboard as well as the dartboard. He wants to give himself a chance of making a first
92.
Saturday night. He's never been there before. Neither has Liam Meek. And we know that because Shewan and Blom are debutants this week, they haven't either.
100.
Only 2 players in this group have made Saturday night before, Walters and Painter.
Looks like a caged animal at the back of the stage there.
54.
Looks like Nate Diaz in the octagon. Maybe not as elasticized.
It's either that or someone's
45.
upset him in the practice room.
Liam, you require
Imagine
122.
anybody upsetting Steve. Maybe he's just really keen to get the first win of the day. And there's the 22 taken care of.
42. Steve, you require 131.
King of the double-double. Doesn't go the double-double route.
Traditionalist.
91. Liam, you require 80.
The 51 tops is a very, very modern way of thinking on the 131.
Game shot on the second leg. Liam Meek.
Nothing modern about that from Martin Leake. Martin Leake did it again. Liam Meek.
Third leg, it's Steve
Yeah,
throwing
Martin Leake is
first.
somebody who works in the darts
I was
industry.
going to say that's some.
140.
Oh, that was almost like a James Richardson rebound 180 from last week. That was something to behold.
Still one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen on a
100.
dartboard.
The rule states that if the end of the point is touching the sisal of the dartboard, it will register points.
140.
Now, earlier this year, a good friend of ours, Kirk Bevins, was involved in a Premier League game where the end of the dart was touching
55.
the wire, which I believe was the double 7. And it took 2 or 3 looks to make sure that it wasn't registering a score, because let's not
140.
forget, if you're touching the wire, you get nothing.
I believe it was Joe Cullen's game.
That's correct.
85.
Now, Joe
Steve,
at
you
the time
require
thought it was
81.
registering something, but Kirk was right. It was on the wire. It registered nothing. This is registering
Game
a
shot, the
third
third
leg,
leg.
won by Steve Brown. 12 darts, and you don't get much better than that, because that was a masterful 4-visit win. Much more
Fourth
like
leg,
it.
it's Liam to throw first.
Right
Game
now
on.
we're being treated to an absolute finishing masterclass from both of them. Both at 100%, haven't missed a dart at a double yet.
48.
The Steve Brown average is north of 104.
Wasn't far from this stage yesterday when he was
96.
registering that 103.66, his personal best in Super Series darts. As for Liam Meek, his
100.
personal best is 99.03. He'll know that. When I was walking through the practice room
85.
yesterday, and Steve had just registered that 103, I looked at him and said, 103 plus, and he went, I know. So the players are aware of what their stats are when they do get something good. So on that note, Meek will know he hasn't registered a 3-figure average yet.
58.
And he will want to get one sooner rather than later.
I like that, just the, I know.
58.
92 plus. That's what you want here. Well, there's 12 of them. Talk about a happy accident.
132.
That was a brilliant. I
Liam,
hate
you
to say
require
this, but
160.
it was a brilliant accident.
We've seen a few of them today.
If he takes the 130 out now, that treble 4 is the most
55.
fortuitous dart he's had
Steve,
today.
you require 130.
He's not going to take it.
90.
What he has
Liam, you
started to
require
do, Phil,
105.
he's started to throw well. Maybe not with every dart is he registering what he wants. Oh, double again?
Game shot,
But
the
it's from his
fourth leg.
opponent.
Liam Meek.
105, a brilliant shot. Brings us to 2-2, and just when you think Steve Brown's making his move, Liam Meek says, I'll have a little
Fifth leg,
piece
it's
of this
Steve to
donut,
throw
please.
first.
And the checkout percentages are through the roof. Not
100.
a dart out of double missed.
4 from 4 hit, or as statistic munchers like
59.
me would say, 5 hits from 4. Because the tops left the tops. This really is now a masterclass of finishing.
81.
Yeah, and Liam Meek is just finding a way to hang in here because the gap in the averages is huge. Steve Brown has made all the running, made a lot of the running in that leg.
57.
But it was a moment of pure brilliance that keeps us level at 2 apiece.
140.
It seems to me, I don't know what your thoughts are on this, and I'd love to get the thoughts of some other big Welsh darts fans or players.
23.
But at the minute, it seems as if there's more in the way of talent coming from South Wales than North Wales. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd go with that. When you look at
21.
the demographic of the Welsh player, it's certainly a very bottom-heavy feel to it.
When you think of North Wales, you think of Martin Phillips, Mark Webster, Mike Warburton, who very nearly made Champions Week. But
41.
in the South, you got Nick Kenny, you got all the elite guys like Price and Clayton, Jamie Lewis, of course, who played a couple of weeks ago.
Justin Smith, who was
54.
here. Robert Owen, man, doing great stuff on the Pro Tour as well when he fills in, as well as here and the Challenge Tour.
But Wales has been flying. Like the dragon on the back of that shirt for Meek for the last few years. Ever since Kezi Price joined that Wales squad.
44. Steve, you
It's been
require
ominous.
105.
Now, 105. Didn't get the shot at 2 double tops.
34.
Not able to fix a 95 with 2 darts again, like he did yesterday. But he's got a small lead of 206.
That dragon on the back of
100.
his shirt looks
Steve
like a
requires
Hungarian horntail to
71.
me. Some people will get the reference.
Lost on me.
39.
Steve's not lost yet. But he still hasn't unlocked leg 5.
60. Steve, you require 32.
32 away, 7 visits.
Game shot on the
Up till
fifth
that
leg.
point.
Steve Brown.
And in his 8th visit, you can see how painful it is for a dart player of his ilk to get a 22 darter. It still keeps his average at 92 plus.
6th leg, it's Liam to throw
It's all
first.
about the points. You do not
Game
get
on.
bonus points for averages, Steve. You've still got 2 cracks of getting your first 2 points of the day.
As a player, obviously he's looked straight at the screen there and can see his
57.
average has dropped below the ton quite considerably after that. Would you be a fan of seeing your average all the time or not?
No, don't. Nobody wants to see it. Anybody who tells you,
180.
obviously Steve's first 180 of the match, anybody who tells you that they want to see their average, for me, is someone who hasn't got
96.
their priorities right. Ignorance is bliss in that department. You want to play the game. You don't want to be putting in stats. Oh, but what you do want to do, Steve, is be the first person to get a 9 darter on this stage.
He couldn't, could he?
81.
I want him to
Steve,
do it
require
so badly.
141.
Come on, Steve. Go on, double 18.
105.
Oh, great attempt. So close to the first 9 darter at the Modus Live Lounge.
Oh, it was so close. We were on the edge of our seats here in the comms box, Paul. We thought it was going to go. The treble 15 was clean.
Now just
54.
win the
Steve,
match.
you require 36.
That's exactly what's going through his mind. That's in the hole. That's close.
No score.
And he is coming back. But that is the hardest visit. When you've just missed a 9, going in for visit 4, you're just thinking about something else apart from the match dart. You're thinking about what you've just missed.
84.
But now he's thinking, Meek's
Steve,
on a
you
finish.
require
I've just got to get the job
36.
done. Double 9.
18.
The job isn't done yet.
He thought
Liam, you
about busting
require
that.
129.
It crossed his mind.
He's missed 7 match darts. Meek's not getting a shot at the bull.
55.
So what does he do now?
Steve, you require 18. Game, shot,
There it is.
and the
And
match.
you see the shoulders
Steve Brown.
slouch a little bit. He's going to be really pleased with the 4-2 victory. But when he goes back to the practice room, all of the players are going to say, it was so close, wasn't it? It was a good display. 92.81. The checkouts were pretty good up until that last leg. Liam Meek himself did not miss a double in that match, but it's Brown who takes the points when we come back. It's going to be match 10, Blom against Painter.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've almost just seen history. Steve Brown missing double 18 for what would have been the first ever 9-dart finish on that stage. He still went on to win the match. A good performance as well. It was a battle at the bottom, rather. A 4-2 success for Steve Brown there. Really emphatic over Liam Meek. 15 points better off in the average. A 2-1-8s, of course, coming in that 9-dart attempt. 8 perfect darts before missing the double. He did get a 1-2-4 check out in that one, did Steve Brown. And Liam Meek himself had 105 check out in one of his couple of legs. 2 out of 2 on the doubles for Meek, but he stays bottom of the league table without a point to his name. Brown picks up 2 and joins Kevin Painter in a similar kind of setup to how they played in Group A. Moreno Blom on 4 points above Painter, who plays next. Shewan on 4 as well, and Scott Walters top of the pile, having won all 3 of his matches. So it is Painter against Blom in the next match. It is their 4th meeting of the week, and it has been dominance from Kevin Painter so far. 3 wins out of 3, 12-1 in legs. He leads Moreno Blom in their meetings. Will the artist's ascendancy continue, or will the Dutchman break his duck against Painter? We'll find out in the company of Paul Nicholson and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Murph, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Everyone just about got our breath back from that one. We all thought that the Bomber was going to join the 9-dart club, and we just had a message in between games from Ruthless himself. James Richardson is watching along at home, and he thought that the Bomber was going to join the club as well. Very exclusive 9-dart club at the Super Series.
But everybody wants to be the first person to get one on this stage, that's for sure. Just wonder what's going through Steve Brown's mind right now.
First leg,
Is
it's
it a
Moreno
question
to
of,
throw
I'm
first.
glad I got the 2 points,
Game
or is
on.
it disappointment because he missed the 9-darter? It should be glad that he got the 2 points.
140.
But you hesitate to say, I know Murph's already mentioned it, it's been 12-1 to Painter so far this week over Blom.
85.
But there's a couple of things I want to address. One, Blom's been better today. Secondly, first change of equipment for Kevin
140.
Painter.
It's happened. Turning into our version of Peter Wright, but they are, the knurled ones are back out the case.
125.
I suppose when you are chopping and changing equipment and you bring both to the venue,
140.
there's always a doubt in your mind where if you leave one at home, one at the hotel, you can't change.
I can safely say that at no point in my career
43.
have I had 2
Moreno, you
different
require 81.
structural sets in my case. It's probably got
41.
something to do with my borderline OCD, because if you look in my case, everything is so uniformly positioned. But I have a spare set in a different case, which are structurally
81.
exactly the same
Moreno, you
point
require
to tip.
40. Game shot on the
That's the first leg to Blom, and he's at it
Moreno
again.
Blom.
He's having a much better day. And the likelihood of him getting to 6 points alongside Scott Walters, it is very likely if he keeps playing
Second
that
leg, it's
way.
Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Kevin Painter just needs to get a leg on the board and just get some confidence from somewhere. It could be a scrappy leg, it doesn't matter.
45.
Just find a double from somewhere.
It may be the case with the equipment change, and I'm just
97.
spitballing a bit here, but the difference may be so slight that Kevin is not 100% sure which one's better. The knowledge of not knowing
100.
what's better is actually worse than actually knowing what's going wrong. He's got 2 different
81.
sets. He doesn't know exactly which one is better for him. I don't think that's a very healthy mindset. But I know him. He can throw pretty much anything of this construct.
60.
But we're talking about fine margins against players who are improving day on day. And right now, Blom is just playing better.
It's interesting what you
100.
said there about players being able to throw anything. I remember when Michael van Gogh was going through his difficult stage and the change of equipment then everyone was saying, oh, you should be using this, that dart's not
60.
right. And he openly said, look, we're professionals, we can throw anything, but it's about that feel and confidence in your hand under pressure.
It always makes me laugh when
137.
somebody on social media is telling the best player of our generation, you should be using this. You think Michael's going to listen to you with your wealth of experience when it comes to tungsten
60.
tinkering? Probably
Moreno,
not.
you require 86.
It's been interesting, that process that Michael went through with the change of equipment. And we bring it up
39.
because it's applicable to anyone in sport, that old faithfuls that he had for so long and relied on them. But especially with the era that we live in now, where travel is difficult, and we've seen many a dart player's suitcase go
100.
missing. If
Moreno,
you
you
can't
require
change or not
47.
flexible getting a new set out of a packet, it's an issue now.
It is.
7.
Could be an issue
Kevin,
for
you
Blom.
require
Now
76.
that he's missed 2 darts for 2-0. $16 for tops.
56.
Just under-delivered.
Moreno,
And
you
Blom,
require 40.
in my opinion, is not going to miss this time.
Game shot on the second leg.
Just
Moreno
about right.
Blom.
It is 2-0. And for the first time this week, Moreno can get more than one leg against Kevin. If he can do what he's done already,
Third leg, it's
he could
Moreno to
return
throw
one of the
first.
favours.
Game on.
He looks so composed today, Moreno Blom, where in Group A he was erratic at times
99.
and just didn't look as if he settled on the stage. But today, he looks cool, calm and collected.
And let's not forget that these two didn't exactly put each other on the Christmas card
54.
lists on Monday. But there could be a little bit of revenge on the mind of Moreno. Whatever happens, when they play their 5th match
94.
come Friday, Kevin will have the lead. But I just want to go back to what you were saying about Michael's darts. Without researching it, it has got to be the case that those barrels that Michael was using have won more money than any set in history.
45.
100%.
So, I'm sure he's got a really interesting place for them at his lovely home in the Netherlands. But
81.
those darts are pretty much the equivalent in our sport of Tiger Woods' Titleist putter, which won 14 of his 15 majors.
Yeah.
140.
Because you think Bill had this knack of just winning and then going and giving his darts to a fan in the crowd.
He wouldn't just give his darts
55.
away. Sometimes he gave away the trophy.
The board, the
When-
surround.
When he won the European Championship for the very first time, it was a crystal glory that he was given for winning that first tournament in Frankfurt.
96.
He gave the trophy away. It now sits in a darts bar in Frankfurt, on shore. Beautiful thing.
58.
Brilliant. Love that.
Painter in trouble. Sitting on 166. Hoping that Blom is going to give him a look at whatever he leaves.
98. Moreno, you require 140.
Ooh, the old Shanghai 19s.
94.
He's
Kevin,
definitely
you require 68.
a bit different when it comes to the approach shots. I don't mind the switch to the 45 and bull there because the treble 19 was covered. But nothing. Ooh. Well, okay. 16 off leaves 52. There's 24, which leaves 28.
40.
He was just flummoxed there by what happened. And he wasn't
Moreno,
the first
you require
today.
20.
It's been one of those days, isn't it? We've seen some happy accidents.
10.
Oh, that second dart was too close for me.
Kevin, you
There wasn't room
require
to bounce it off the
28.
barrel.
He does have a problem when it comes to double 6 and double 10 because of the way his darts go in the board. If he doesn't find it first time, he is going to struggle. But what a guide.
Game shot on the
That was
third
the guide
leg.
from the
Kevin
heavens for
Painter.
double 14 for Kevin. And fortunately for him, he's not 3-0 down. He's now within 1.
We spoke about this last week about
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to
can't remember who I
throw
was doing. It
first.
might have been Murph, but we were speaking
Game
about
on.
the darts snooker comparison and what you just said about on the doubles, the way his darts sit as a left-hander. Will we see a situation where
95.
someone is good enough with both hands that they can switch to open up the angle
97.
on a double. And we spoke about it last week and then found out afterwards Graham Usher can play with both hands, and he showed us in the practice room exactly how to do it.
Well, he's just an
99.
annoying talent, isn't he? Kim Hybrex is the same, actually. He plays pretty well right-handed and left-handed.
60.
But people like that just annoy me because they're just too good.
It was like when Ronnie did it first of all, when he started playing left-handed, the shots down the rail that right-handers couldn't play. And it's the same, because you look at 10s and
64.
16s are the one. James Wade veers away from 16s because of the angle. It's not favourable for a left-hander. But it'd be interesting to see
58.
the switch, that if we see it on TV one day.
Well, I'd like to see somebody try it. And if they do and they hit it, it will be a monumental moment for the sport.
140.
But will we see it with the rate of knots that Graham Usher plays? Probably not. It's more likely for somebody
100.
to do it in
Kevin,
this
you
kind of
require
venue
103.
than, say, at a PDC Premier League or something like that.
Could you imagine the first time it was done on TV like that and they hit, a bit like when Ronnie potted one down the rail
Game
left-handed
shot
for
on
the
the
first
fourth
time.
leg.
A moment
Kevin
just lives in
Painter.
sporting history.
Well, the artist has got himself back into this one with a 106 checkout. In fact, it was a 103. I do beg your
Fifth
pardon.
leg, it's Moreno throwing
Treble
first.
19, 6 for double top. That's more like it from Kevin.
123.
Almost as if to say it. I want to have the perfect record against Moreno this week. He's going to have to work harder than his previous matches.
140.
Result on Monday was a 4-0. It was a 4-0 yesterday. And a 4-1 on Tuesday.
81.
Averages of 84, 93 and 95. He has gradually improved day on day. But then again, so has Moreno. He started with a 60, then an 82, then an 89.
83.
But this one has got both players in that low 80 bracket.
Just go back to leg 3, where
140.
Moreno Blom could and should have gone 3-0 to the good, and it's spun on its head ever since then. Kevin Painter has found a way back into this game, and big moments in games change the complexity
Moreno,
of
you
it.
require 157.
If Kevin Painter goes on and wins, that was the moment.
48.
Ideally, you want to be sitting on tops after this shot.
100.
That's going to have to do.
Moreno, you require 109.
No shot at double.
81.
If you'd have said to me
Kevin,
at the
you
end of
require
leg 3
78.
that Painter would be looking at 78 for a 3-2 lead, I wouldn't have believed you. But a
Game
3-2
shot on the
lead he
fifth
has
leg.
in a 15
Kevin
leg.
Painter.
Blom is probably thinking right now, Phil, how do I beat Kevin Painter? Well, it's still the same as
Sixth
the end
leg,
of
it's
leg
Kevin
2.
to throw first.
Still got to find
Game
2
on.
legs.
3 on the spin for the artist, and Moreno Blom, I'd love a penny for his thoughts right now, because he was in cruise
140.
control. Should have been 3-0 up, missed a golden opportunity, and since then,
82.
Kevin Painter has taken a mile.
Just think about the table as we go into round 4. We've completed 3 rounds of matches. This is the start of round 4. Painter is playing
100.
first. So you've got the likes of Walters and Shewan and Brown, all with the game in hand.
59.
But if he gets to 4 points in this match, he is asking the question of the people who are in front of him. And all too often,
125.
in the times that I've seen Painter play here, he has been chasing. He needs a group where he gets
60.
that early confidence
Kevin,
boosting
you require
win where he can run with it.
136.
These 2 points are paramount to his chances of qualifying through this group.
And after his start to the day,
100.
he'd have ripped your arm off for these points. It didn't go according to plan early doors, but now he's in a golden opportunity.
41.
Looking at double 18, Paul.
Kevin, you require 36.
Here he goes. It should be there it goes.
Game,
There it
shot,
goes.
and the match Kevin Painter.
And Kevin Painter bags the points and continues his fabulous run of results against Moreno Blom. And that could be a huge result for the artist as he tries to get in that top 2 after a disappointing start in Group C. Fabulous game. There's the stats. Kevin Painter upped his average to just over 85 from low 70s. Good performance in those back 4 legs. Coming up next, we will see Meek taking on Scott Walters at the top of the table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Paul Nicholson has come upstairs from commentary. You've just commentated on that match between Kevin Painter and Moreno Blom, and you put it well in commentary, Paul. Blom must be thinking, what have I got to do against this man?
You think that way about certain opponents when you play them in constant days, but Blom started really well in that game. 2-0 lead, and he should have been 3-0 up. But the ultimate opportunist that is the artist, he didn't have to play his A-grade stuff, but he ground that one out. That 103 checkout gave him a little bit of breathing space, and it just turns out that Kevin's got his number this week.
Before that, Blom was beaten by Scott Walters. That was a win that saw him go top of the table. Really strong start for Scott. It
was expected. We have seen Scott since the early hours of this morning. He was first in the building, and he was just really chipper about his chances. I think if he's not in the top 2 this time tomorrow, I'll be very shocked. He's just got a really good action going. Equipment seems to be great. Mindset's fantastic. He's fresh. And I think he's going to be one of the big hitters this week.
It can change quickly, though, can't it? A couple of players on 4, or 3 players on 4 points, but one of them, Lee Shewan, the debutant, has a game in hand.
He does. He's starting to warm up as well, isn't he? And you think about his infancy of his career playing in front of cameras. Doesn't seem to be too fazed by it. He was a bit shaky at the start, but coming into his 4th game now, he's got to be feeling good.
Well, Walters could pull further clear with victory here. It is top against bottom as Scott Walters takes on Meek, and Paul will be heading downstairs to join Phil Bars.
Thanks very much, Murph, and welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series. And there we have a look at our Group C leader, Scott Walters, just warming up. Played some brilliant stuff so far today. He takes on the Welshman Liam Meek. And again, with everyone else beating each other, Scott Walters can take a bit of a giant step towards Saturday's final. I know there's still plenty of darts to be played, but whilst he's beating everyone else and clocking up those points, he could be hard to catch at the top. If he can go perfect today, the rest could be playing for one spot tomorrow.
First leg, it's Liam to throw
But
first.
he will have to find
Game on.
a break of throw here. Liam has the darts in this one. But no question
59.
that Scott Walters has been the man of the day so far, and as if by magic, the asset is back with us.
Yes, thanks, Phil.
121.
Really interested to see what kind of resistance we can get from Liam Meek in this one. I didn't expect to see him at the bottom of the table at this point of the day in game number 11.
125.
But like I said to Murph just a few short minutes ago, I was fully expecting Scott Walters to be in the top 2.
58.
But now that he's won his first 3, he wants to keep that streak going. And that comes with its own little pressure. But it's a good pressure.
100.
You win 3, you think, oh, right, I want to win 4. Then I want to win the perfect day. And then for the next 20 hours, all you're thinking about is, I want to win 6. I want to win 7.
140.
Just looking at Liam Meek's shirt. Go, bear with me.
97.
Forget the dragon is on the back. That looks very, very similar to Dirk van Dijvenbode in terms of design. Forget the colours, change the purple to black. That could be a Dirk
100.
reserve shirt because it is the
Liam, you
Auberginius colours.
require 120.
I didn't pick up on that, but it's very similar. That's a great second dart.
100.
Just misses out
Scott,
on
you
tops
require
to give Walters
82.
a shot for a break of throw in our opening leg, and look how good that is.
Game shot on the
When you're a
first
man
leg.
in form
Scott Walters.
and you're a man in confidence, it's those finishes that get gobbled up. 82 in 2 darts, bullseye double 16, and that is brilliant
Second leg, it's
from
Scott to
the
throw
league leader.
first. Game
And
on.
it is a break of throw. Scott Walters may take some catching here. And in the manner of the performances, he may go favourite to win the week.
140.
I'm not going to say that's not the case. Now, I have been watching Scott for a while, and I didn't actually know this
81.
until this morning, but I didn't realise he was in the playoff for Lakeside back in December of 2021. He lost out to Johnny Haynes by
100.
6 legs to 5. And if he'd won that last leg decider, it would have been Scott Walters at Lakeside and not Johnny Haynes. I wonder how things would have materialised for him.
180.
The old ripple effect. If he had won that 11th leg, you never know, he could have gone on to win the whole thing.
There's a lot of
100.
players enjoying the fact that Scott Walters wasn't at Lakeside. I can pretty much guarantee that.
Yeah, I'm happy for Johnny Haynes, though, because
83.
he waited
Scott,
a
you
long time to
require
get to Lakeside.
161.
That's for sure. And you're going to see Johnny Haynes later. He's here today. We're going to have him with Connor Heenahan,
90.
Adam
Liam,
Smith,
you
Neil,
require
Ryan Finesse, and
157.
Conan the Barbarian's coming.
That's unlucky.
83.
Would have given him a dart at tops
Scott,
if
you
the treble
require
19
71.
was found. However, Scott Walters looking at 71 for 2-0.
Double top.
51.
Not
Liam,
too
you
good on
require
this
74.
occasion. That may be one of his worst darts at tops today. It'll be tops for the 27-gram
Game
dart
shot on the
right
second
there.
leg. Liam Meek.
If he'd have hit that one in leg 1 as well as that one, it would be 2-0 Meek.
But we share breaks of throw in
Third
the
leg, it's Liam to
couple of
throw
legs.
first. Game
It's
on.
not a common surname, is it? Meek.
Not that I'm aware of.
I've actually only ever met one
59.
other dart player called Meek, and it was an older lady called Maggie Meek, who used to play county with me in Northumberland back at the end of 1999 and the early 2000s. A lovely lady. And if you think Ricky Evans is quick, that lady was rapid. And she used to use those big bomber darts with massive flights. And still to this day, the best 171 I've ever seen was from Maggie. 3 treble 19s at her pace. Extraordinary.
140.
I must admit, I would love to see a game between Ricky Evans and Danny Lauby.
140.
It'll happen. But do you get the feeling that sometimes matches like that take on a very different dynamic where they're looking to be the faster of the two as opposed to the
100.
better player? It's a bit like having Dustin Johnson and Rory McIlroy on the tee and they want to outdrive each other instead of beating each other on the scorecard.
Yeah, because they'll just get carried away with the pace.
Scott, you require
However, if that would ever
121.
happen, I think when you also need a camera on whoever's going to spot that game.
Yeah, that would be fun. How about a double 14? Oh, that was
107. Liam, you
Really
require
close.
102.
By his reaction there, he thought that was in when it left.
Well, now it's a good job that Scott didn't hit the big 11
41.
because it was close
Scott,
to
you
that as well.
require 14.
Double 7. Lovely. Just chuck it over the top.
Game
Just
shot
like
on the
that.
third leg. Scott Walters.
His adjustments in the Super Series are up there with the very best I've seen. Under, over, left, right. Just finds a way to navigate.
Fourth leg,
the
it's
block
Scott
of
to
dart.
throw first. Game on.
You think about Scott Walter's life
44.
as well. He's not the most affluent of guys. I don't think you'd mind me saying that, but we're talking about
85.
a guy who has a lot of talent and maybe hasn't had his best moment in darts yet. And it's people like him
100.
that I want to get the best of what darts can offer right now. If you think about the possibility of winning £5,000 by the end of the week, that would make a big difference to Scott's life.
137.
And imagine if he went on to win the 20,000 in October. We're talking about a really big cash injection into his life where he could maybe do some other things. You see the way he plays
125.
today. He's had averages of 95, 91, and 90. Now, that's really useful. He
59.
would worry some of the best players in the game with some of the stuff he's thrown today. Who's to say he's not on a fast track to going to the tour?
What do you think?
78.
Say, out of what's available, 25k possible. Say, even if he wins half of that, that pays a huge chunk of your tour for next year.
He could do something even
45.
more
Scott, you
important. He
require
could make
154.
himself feel a little less pressure in what is a cost of living crisis. I hate to get too political, but the truth is the truth.
Absolutely.
94.
Looks like this one's getting away from Meek, and I'm sure the bookmakers will have had Walters as a heavy favourite here with top against bottom.
97.
Just remember, if you are choosing
you
to have a little
require
gamble on
60.
something today, whether it's a result or most 180s, outright winner, just gamble responsibly. It's for over 18s only. And begambleaware.org for more information.
Game shot on the
As
fourth
Walters
leg.
takes a 3-1
Scott
lead
Walters.
and is looking too good for Meek right now.
Scott Walters is taking a giant step here in Group C. Could well have one foot
Fifth leg,
in
it's Liam to
Saturday's
throw
final.
first.
Speaking of Saturday's final, tickets are available. Dartshop.tv. If you want to come along
81.
this Saturday, tickets are free. All you have to do is hop along to the website, register to get your e-ticket, because we are limited on numbers, so we have to know who's here. But they are free, so dartshop.tv
81.
if you want to come this week or any other Saturday night final.
Who says you get nothing for free?
81.
You've already got Andy Hamilton on that list. Former world finalist. Former Grand Slam finalist.
59.
Former UK Open finalist. I'm going to stop now because I could go on for a while. But the 6-person field is going to be really inviting
76.
for our select audience come Saturday night. And one of those people who are playing are going to bag that £5,000 bonus and invite
57.
themselves to come back in around a month.
If you are coming on Saturday, let us know on social media at
60.
MSS Darts, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Let us know if you will be here on Saturday night.
$100.
I was just going to say after that first dart, I would be flabbergasted if he didn't score at least 100.
57.
He's definitely using gravity as his friend. Darts floating through the air. And cushioning, which is not the easiest word to say in the English language.
60.
Them on top
Liam,
of each
you
other.
require 146.
He's to the finish second this time. But he is going to get a look at that 144.
98. Scott, you require 144.
This would be a way to win it.
That's half of it. 72, leaves 72.
81.
You can see he's not too
Liam,
pleased
you
with dart
require
number 3.
48.
He's thinking, I'm going to be throwing in like 6.
16.
But he's wrong.
Scott, you require 63.
He should be coming back for 60, not 63. Denied himself an extra dart at a double because of the poor visit in the setup. And he's done it again. He's missed the
31.
big number.
Liam, you require 32.
You do not want those darts to creep in at this time of day. Oh, this is a nightmare.
No score.
You can see the angle that he had to throw that
Scott,
dart
you
from.
require 32.
Has he shown the way to Walters for 8 unanswered points and a 4-point gap at the top of the table? This is in.
Game,
There you
shot, and the match.
That's when you know
Scott
someone's playing well,
Walters.
because you can predict what they're going to do next. Walters with a 4-1 victory. It's a good enough display against Liam Meek, who will play his final game in Game 13 against Moreno Blom to get his first points of the day. But Walters, for the first time, averages under 90, but he's still good enough with checkouts of 44%. His high out of 82, that was possibly his highlight, but that was his most attritional victory of the day. He's got one left a little bit later against Shewan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is looking bleak for Liam Meek, while Scott has won the lot, a 4-1 win for Scott Walters to maintain an unbeaten record today and to compound the misery of Meek, who he's yet to win in Group C. It's the first time that Scott Walters has averaged less than 90, but it is still a very convincing victory for Scott Walters, the Winchester man, who sits at the top of the Group C table. He still has Lee Shewan to play, but will he be a shoe-in for finals night on Saturday? Shewan in action next against Steve Brown. 2 points ahead of Brown, with Kevin Painter and Moreno Blom also on 4 points, but they've both played 4 matches, as has Liam Meek at the bottom of the table. Now, attention's turned to this match between Brown and Shewan, and Steve Brown earlier almost made history, hitting the first 9-darter on the stage. He missed the double 18 marginally to do that. We will get one here pretty soon, I'm sure of it. But he will feel like he needs a win in this match to try and keep it all tightly bunched up in that battle for second place, seemingly, as Scott Walters starts to run away with his bid to make it to finals night on Saturday. And as the boys in commentary have been saying, don't forget, you could be there as well. Tickets are available for free via dartshop.tv. So another big match, the first of 4 final games to bring you today. It's Steve Brown against Lee Shewan, and it's back to Phil and Paul.
Thanks very much, Murph. Welcome back, everyone. All the viewers on Sporty Stuff TV and on YouTube, the MODUS Super Series. And here we are, match number 12, Paul. And I'm looking forward to this one. Lee Shewan looked very good last time out, and the bomber, as we said, threatened the 9, had a steely, determined look about him.
Yeah, this one's a really tough one to call. If you think about the level of play that the 38-year-old from Fleetwood delivered back in match number 8, and since then Brown having his first win of the day, I think this is about as close
First
to a
leg,
conflict
it's Lee
as
to
we've
throw
had today.
first. Game on.
Where's your money? Apart from in your pocket.
Brian.
You're actually going for somebody. I was going to say I've got no idea.
97.
So you've gone for Brown. I suppose that means I've got to pick somebody.
That's what we're paid to do.
82.
I really don't know. And I have to pick pretty early, otherwise I'm going to get a bit too much information. But I'm going to go for Lee Shewan.
100.
Because I think he's starting to get used to this challenge. And I think he's getting the bit between his teeth. I think this could be minimum 6 legs.
100.
Oh, I think it'll be close, but I just liked what I saw from Steve Brown last time out. It was like someone had flicked a switch and game face was on.
85.
I'm going for Shewan on 2 regards. One, because he's starting to show what he can really do.
54.
And he may be just a little fresher than Steve, who is in his 4th day, whereas Lee's playing his 1st. Of course, they are somewhat subjective points of view.
59.
If you flip things around, you could say that Steve is a more polished tool this week. He's got more reps in the tank. So you think he may be a little bit sharper,
95.
but
Lee,
at this
you
stage of the
require
day, I don't think that comes
160.
into it.
We love it. You can spin the narrative to suit whichever way you want. Stats are a great thing, but you can spin them either way.
100.
Ooh, flight
Steve,
on the
you
floor,
require
but punt in the 60.
170.
He still gets the ton.
$60.
Don't think that's enough.
Lee
if I'm being
requires
honest.
60.
That needed a treble just to apply more pressure to this 60.
Now, you want to be in 2-dart range minimum. You don't want to be on something where you are more often than not going to use 3 darts. Double 10.
50. Steve,
can
you
take
require
this in 2, but
110.
you'd be somewhat brash if you chose to do that. And you can't get 105 in 2 darts.
We spoke about the 60 earlier, Paul, and we said it was a good dart because it was high enough. That one was a bad dart because it was in no man's land and it did block the path.
40. Lee, you require 10.
It's almost as if he went for the single 20 to leave double 10. He's going round the houses a bit.
8.
Gone round most
Steve, you
of the
require
houses.
70.
And he's left the mad one. If he gets a go, Steve Brown will get 1 dart at tops to break in the opening leg.
30.
It's not there.
Lee, you require 2.
No, Lee Shewan looking at double 1. It's only a hold, but it could be a big hold.
Game shot on the first leg.
And that is
Lee
right
Shewan.
in the bottom corner, Paul.
I'm just trying to read the facial expression there of Lee. He just dries off his hands,
Second
but
leg,
he
it's
gave
Steve
nothing
to throw
away there.
first.
I know what I'd be thinking if I'd hit double 1 in that corner. I'd be feeling a bit fortunate.
131.
Yeah, it's one that's just left your hand a little bit late, not at the sweet release point. It just dragged it a little bit, but the wire come
100.
to the rescue and clipped it the right side.
We were having a chat off the air, weren't we? And over the next few weeks, you're going to
58.
see a lot more talents. This is week 8. So we got week 9, week 10, week 11, week 12. So more qualifying weeks before we have our Champions Week.
140.
Some of those weeks. Yeah, they look very interesting.
You hadn't seen them until I showed you, had you?
No, I hadn't.
58.
I knew about next week, but a few of the others, yeah. I will be tuning in even if I'm not here.
There is going to be some absolute
60.
belting games live on Sporty Stuff TV and YouTube for you to enjoy here at the MODUS Super Series. And we don't say that lightly because there are some unbelievable weeks coming up in the next 4.
Now, Shewan gets the same score as Steve there in his
98.
first 2 darts. He'd be wise to use the bullseye to get in 2-dart range. Doesn't need that.
127. Steve, you require
Was he
156.
travelling there a little bit on his 3rd dart? Steve was dreaming of a 156. You can only get that with 1 route, of course.
94. Lee, you
Barney.
require 74.
He's a lucky man having that named after him. Double 16 for Lee Shewan to double the lead. Things are going his way. This is for the first break of the match.
Game shot on the
That's what he
second
finds. I
leg.
love
Lee
that step
Shewan.
back there. That's not usually what he does. But maybe he's starting to realise that he's thrown a few darts offline and that stepping back there for a different part of the board
Third leg, it's Lee to
was
throw
the right
first.
thing to do.
Game on.
And he was correct.
Very Rob Cross-esque. Hit the single number, step back, wipe your hand.
I want you to go and walk
40.
into that practice room and I want you to tell that to Kevin Painter. He did it first and he would be very, very vocal in saying that. I just want to get that out there before he
60.
watches this back and said, hang on a minute, I did that first.
Rob's got a world championship, so
Oh, Phil, you shouldn't have said that.
He gets preference.
140.
Right, I'm going to leave you in your puddle of mire.
100.
Shewan's not only got the darts in leg 3, he's got the lead. He's got a level of comfort that I've not seen from him today. He hasn't
45.
really been pushed a great deal since his first match, where he lost to Moreno Blom, who was very impressive there.
46.
Lee and Meek didn't give him a great deal to think about in a 4-2 win for Lee. And 4-1 against Painter, that was his best performance so far today. That was really good.
66.
yeah, no, he's on debut, has impressed massively. Like we said, the opening game, he wasn't at the races, but Moreno Blom played very, very well. And you can excuse anyone on debut not knowing the surroundings, the stage or anything like that. But
45.
since then, he's really grown into this Group C and looks like he's going to be a threat for anyone. I'm
58.
going to have to do a bit of research with our presenter Chris Murphy at some point ahead of Friday, but it's not often we see debutants winning their first week, apart from the very first week, of course.
55.
It's a bit
Lee,
like
you
saying
require 152.
world champions have won on debut. The very first one, Leighton Rees, of course, and Rob Cross did. Keith Deller. I think, was a debutant
39.
back in 1983.
Did Keith win the Bards in 1983?
It's somewhere in the back of my mind. Somewhat cloudy memory when I was 4 years old.
99.
And Lee Shewan's looking
Lee,
for 3-0.
require 130.
Which in World Championship darts would win you a set. It would only get him to within one of the victory here. But tops it is.
Game
And
shot
tops
on
he
the
gets.
third leg.
It's only
Lee
21
Shewan.
darter. But scrape the average away. It's only 79. But it's a commanding position. And we have to emphasise that
Fourth leg, it's Steve
nobody
to throw
has
first.
lost
Game
from
on.
a 3-0 lead this week.
No, and that 113 in the context of this tie was huge because although Steve hasn't played well in this game,
150.
he was just lurking there for a potential break back, and Shewan was like, nope, not on my watch.
140.
This would be catastrophic for Steve.
125.
Troubling day. Started with a 4-2 loss to Scott Walters, which was all about the fact that Walters was excellent. And then lost to
46.
Blom, 4 legs to 2. And then 4-2 was the win over Meek. The remaining games for
125.
Shewan, he's got Walters, which could be a bit of a belter to finish us off in match 15. But Brown has got Kevin Painter for the 4th time this week, and anything's possible in that match.
Yeah.
20.
For Steve's Brown point of view here, look, even if he doesn't win this from
Steve, you
here,
require
it needs to get us
136.
just a couple of legs on the board just to damage limitation on that leg difference.
Currently
60.
sits at -2, which is the 3rd worst. Liam Meek at -9 is the worst. Blom's on -1 now. But Walters is on
60.
+9.
Steve, you require
Shewan's on
76.
+3. So you're absolutely right. Damage limitation at worst.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Very,
Steve
very
Brown.
tidy finish there from Steve Brown. Has something to build on now, but needs to find that extra gear here if he's to get himself back into this tie.
5th leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
He's going to get 2 opportunities to dispose of Bomber
45.
on his own throw. Having the darts in the odd-numbered legs in this position is a great thing. But there is more of that resilience that you see from Bomber. Not just right now, but at points this week. He's been so good at trying to fight back when he's had bad starts.
140.
It's a good response from Lee Shewan after a disappointing first visit. But if Steve Brown can find another treble here,
58.
and he can't, it just opens the door slightly. But it could be about to be slammed shut.
99.
Most players would have loved to have stayed on the 20s there, but with those barrels, which are quite wide,
95.
moving downstairs was definitely the right thing to do. But unfortunately, Steve's done the wrong thing with his last dart. Should have gone back upstairs, and he may pay a very heavy price for leaving a bogey number.
140.
Especially with that 140, he could pay the ultimate. And normally Steve's maths is very good.
40.
But
Lee requires
mistakes happen.
77.
I think that had an effect on that visit because he saw that 168 and he realised he'd made a mistake. Double top.
37.
And the wire was nudged. That mistake can be
Steve
rectified.
require 128.
Arguably the most awkward finish in this range. 60 bull. You can see his disgust.
On that 128, I actually think it's better hitting the single 18 first.
88. Lee require 40.
Tops it is. Double 5.
30.
4 chances missed to win.
Steve
Another 2
required
points to
40.
get to 6. Brown to keep us going. He's got the same route.
Game shot on the 5th
But he
leg.
finds what
Steve
Shewan
Brown.
couldn't. 3-2 and anything's possible now.
And the more concerning thing, Lee Shewan's dart at double 10 was in no man's land. It was halfway
Sick leg,
between
it's
double
Steve
and
to
treble.
throw
It was a
first.
wild dart. And that may just concern him a little bit if he overthinks it. But Steve Brown here,
123.
from 3 down, is now throwing for a level game. And we all know, Nico, that when it goes to the decider, anything can happen.
60.
I was saying that Lee's got the throw in 2 opportunities to get the match done. One of them's gone.
38.
That's not a good backup shot there from Browner. But he's still a ton ahead.
140.
If you're Andy Hamilton, having your cup of tea at lunchtime right now, you're thinking, I am so glad I'm not playing today. I can just rest
45.
and get ready for a possible glory-filled Saturday night and Sunday morning. I think it's more
60.
difficult, and I think there's more pressure on the players coming from Group A into C and B, because we expect with them having
95.
played for the last few days that they will be sharp and ready and able. But it's just not that easy.
As a player, would you prefer to play
59.
every day and keep your arm ticking over, or would you like the 2 days off?
Ask me that in about 4 months. I will defer on this occasion.
60.
Steve Brown has let a golden opportunity go here. He's effectively given the darts back to Lee Shewan in this one. He has now.
Just don't leave double one.
130. Steve, you require 140.
That's been his miss in this match. You may have seen him on a couple of occasions try and
60.
throw up. He's trying to teach himself
Lee
to throw a
required
little bit
52.
firmer towards the northern portion of that treble bed. But it is a 5th match dart for Lee Shewan. He's hoping he doesn't need the 6th.
Game,
And he doesn't
shot,
need it.
And the match.
That's a good performance
Lee
from Lee.
Shewan.
It wasn't a brilliant average in the end, but sometimes you've just got to get the win slightly ugly. There you see the average is under 80. The checkouts are fine at 1 in every 3. But most importantly, it's a win by 2 legs, and it is now 6 points in the table to be only 2 behind Scott Walters. We're going to the final round of matches when we come after this break, so don't go far.
there, welcome back. 3 matches still to come here in the Thursday daytime session at the MODUS Super Series, the final round of games on day 1 of Group C. And what a debut day it's turning out to be for Lee Shewan. He's just beaten Steve Brown 4-2 to get his 3rd win from 4 matches. 113 checkout in there as well for Shewan. Steve Brown, just with that 1 win so far, did miss that double 18 for the 9-darter, but not the best days for him so far. He's still got another match to play against his housemate for the week, Kevin Painter. Scott Walters and Shewan will do battle in the final match of the day. Walters looking for a clean sweep here today, but if Shewan can win that, the pair of them will have won 4 out of 5. But before that, it's going to be Liam Meek still looking for his first win. He takes on Moreno Blom, who's got a couple of victories today. If anyone knows what it's like to be in Liam's position, then it is, of course, Moreno Blom. Now, before the break, Paul and Phil were talking about debut weekly winners here at the Super Series, or the Live League as it was before. And I've managed to think of a couple, boys. Josh Payne and Jan van Veen have both done it this year. Pretty sure they're the only 2 to do it in 2022. But yeah, that's a nice topical point, and the way that Lee Shewan's going, who knows if he'll manage to join them. But before we find out if he is in pole position going into tomorrow, let's get the action underway between Liam Meek and Moreno Blom.
Thanks, Murph. Yeah, good shouts on Josh Payne and Jan van Veen. Obviously, Josh Payne won the very first week of the year. As soon as he lost his card, he was invited to play the very first week, and he took the win. One of, if not the player of the year so far in what was the Live League, with multiple wins on Saturday nights, but he didn't win in this stage. He was done by Daryl Pilgrim in the final on the Saturday night, so Pilgrim is in Champions Week. Payne...
First leg, it's Liam to throw first.
Yeah, also
Game on.
Massively impressed with Eugene Van Veen the first time we'd seen him. Didn't know an awful lot about him, but he came in and was a breath of fresh air. Some sparkling averages, some dazzling performances.
140.
From the young Dutchman.
Another one.
There's a conveyor belt now, isn't there?
Yep, and
59.
this young man, Moreno Blom, is another one off that conveyor belt. You could call it the Michael van Gerwen effect, because let's face facts.
125.
Moreno's not very old. Merely a pup when Michael van Gerwen picked up his first PDC major
44
in 2012. How old was Moreno Blom when Michael van Gerwen won the World Masters then? I'm going to set you on your way to find that out. As for Liam Meek, his best title to date
100
was won on the 21st of August 2021 at the Marshall Arena in Milton Keynes, which was a PDC Development Tour title.
46.
In the final, he beat someone who has played in what was the Live League, Dom the Tower Taylor.
27. Liam, you require 150.
He beat Louis Williams in the semis. We know he's on tour right now. He beat Craig Galliano of Gibraltar as well. You'd love to get a win over Moreno here.
180.
And if he can do so, he would walk away from Thursday's action with 2 points, which is not the best,
104.
but it is better than 0.
Liam, you require 32.
Double 8.
16.
And it would be typical of Liam
Moreno,
Meek's
you
day
require 167.
if Moreno was to hit this 167. But darts is not typical sometimes.
56.
It's incredibly unpredictable.
Liam, you require 16. Game shot on the first leg.
And that's the way it
Liam
goes
Meek.
for Liam. You can see from that celebration, there's no real spirit in that. It's one of, oh, it's about time I hit a double.
Second leg, it's Moreno
your
to
answer
throw
is?
first.
He was 4 years old, 343 days.
140.
Oh boy. Michael, if you're watching, we're starting to make you feel old, my man. This young man was
100.
4 when you won the World Masters. 4!
Yeah, literally a few days shy of his 5th birthday.
57.
That could be the start of the week, that.
57.
Let's face facts. Darts is about the multitude of ages that we can get in the hockey. It's not
98.
a given thing that when you reach your, I don't know, 28, 29, 30 years of age, you're going to be in your prime. Some players are well into their 40s when they reach their prime.
93.
And there's no reason why you can't go on up until the age of 70 or above and still play some world-class stuff.
Bob Anderson still
138.
hitting 180s on TV in the World Seniors.
Still brings a smile to your face, doesn't it?
That finger point is
100.
just iconic.
Moreno, you require
Anybody
68.
else who tries it, don't. Double top.
28. Liam, you require 151.
As well, talking about Michael Van Gogh and the age difference between him and Moreno Blom.
81.
How scary is it that
Moreno, you require
we are
40.
literally a few weeks away from
Sean, the second
10-year
leg.
anniversary
Moreno Blom.
of Michael winning his first PDC title, or
Yeah.
televised title.
I was there. I was practicing with him before the quarterfinals. I played against Wes Newton.
Third leg, it's
I
Liam to
actually
throw
forget
first.
who Michael was
Game
playing
on.
in the quarterfinals that year, but ultimately he was too good for everybody. I think people would
140.
admit that he did have a little bit of an assist from the crowd. They
little.
turned on Mervyn.
55.
Mervyn was forceful in that tournament. He was the best player in that tournament until the crowd decided to go for Michael. But full credit to
60.
MVG. That was the moment where the kind of whoop behind was opened on the rest of the world of
56.
darts.
The juggernaut was fired up, and it was like a runaway train for the best part of 8 years.
100.
Penny for the thoughts of Meek at 1-1 here. A somewhat fruitless day, a bit like
100.
looking at an apple tree in November. If you think about the best that he can do now,
140.
which is 12 points,
48.
is that going to be good enough to get in
Liam,
the
you
top two
require
in this group?
61.
I don't think so.
Possibly, but it is a very
43.
possibly. However, our fabulous presenter upstairs has just sent me the message, and it's quite topical.
80.
In that
Liam, you require
quarter-final,
18.
Michael Van Gogh played Andy Hamilton.
There you go. Double four.
Game Sean, the third
And Liam
leg.
decides to split
Liam
the
Meek.
18, which was, of course, a very wise decision. Because when you hit a shot like that, it's always the right choice. It's only people
Fourth
like
leg,
us
it's
that
Moreno to throw
criticise
first.
when you decide to split and don't hit it. But Moreno, who has had a better day
97.
today, he's picked up 2 wins from 4 games. He's not going to want to settle for 2 wins, is he? You'd like to get that third. 6 points would definitely put him in the mix for tomorrow.
Completely.
57.
Going back to your point on the splitting element, I like it though when a dart player has a clear plan of attack. And I go back to
140.
Stephen Bunting's World Championship at Lakeside, that he had a very clear plan and didn't deviate. It was, if I've got this, I'm going 2 for this,
28.
I'm going 6 for this. And there was no stepping away from the plan.
That's just really good planning. If you say to yourself in the mirror, or to somebody else,
56.
that's exactly what I'm going to do, and you stick to it from start to finish, that's just good game management. And like Wayne Mardle said about me once, it's not about whether it's right or wrong, it's about whether it works.
58.
Very relevant that 2012
128.
World Grand Prix, 4 of the quarterfinalists have now played here.
Me, well,
54.
I did in
Moreno
2020.
require
Yeah, no,
80.
you're part of this.
Wes Newton, Andy Hamilton, Robert Thornton.
Correct.
20.
Smashed it.
Yeah, that was the year where Thornton beat Taylor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the best double start games ever. It was astonishing.
It was also the year that Kevin Painter lost to Justin Pipe.
85. Moreno,
Oh,
you
yeah.
require
I
60.
forgot about that. That was interesting. Just like that one there. He hasn't, has he? He missed a
20.
single after hitting double 5. Well, look on the bright side, Moreno. You're definitely coming back for tops. Good setup play.
Got there in the end.
83. Moreno, you require 40.
Double 5.
Game shot.
Well, it's not often you
leg.
see that,
Moreno
is it?
Blom.
2-2. But what I'm talking about is somebody hitting double 5 twice in a leg to win one leg. They're seeing some odd stuff this
Fifth
week.
leg. It's Liam to
But I
throw
haven't
first.
seen anything as odd as
Game
that.
on.
Been a very strange day on doubles and miscants and single numbers.
57.
Most of the unusual activity this week has
100.
included Moreno, who apparently doesn't have a nickname, by the way. But are we seeing that C game of Moreno once again?
60.
We were very hopeful earlier when he started his campaign, getting a win against Lee Shewan with an average in excess of 90,
100.
but maybe a little bit of tiredness creeping in, even at his young age. With Liam, it's probably just a bit like him banging his head against the wall,
43.
and it's just not moving.
Yeah, going back to Moreno, I think it's a common trait that we see a lot these days from
58.
the players that play on the Dev Tour and flit in and out of Challenge Tours, that their A game is undeniably top level, but they haven't had chance and time to develop that B game yet. And we see at the very
96.
top level, it's your B game that is the important one, because your A games, there's not much between it. Yes, you could argue that probably
60.
Gerwin Price, Peter Wright, Michael Van Goen's A plus game is better than anyone else's. But in and around the A game, there's not much between it, but it's how you win with your B game.
That's something that Scott Walters has shown
81.
today, because his secondary game was an 87. Now, for a lot of people,
40.
that's
Liam,
what they
you
would
require
perform at most of the time
164.
here, but you have to find that extra level, and Walters has been better than everybody else today. Not to say that he's going to win the group, because he's definitely got
95.
Lee
Moreno,
Shewan
you
on his
require
tail. They play each other in match
143.
15, remember?
Yeah, that one could be pivotal for the title.
87.
Not so much the top two, but
Liam, you require
going on and winning
69.
Group C, that one could be the determining factor. And of course, it's spin round. That will be our first game tomorrow as well.
Double top.
49. Moreno, you require 56.
Double top for MB.
46.
It has been a flat one, this one, hasn't it?
Liam, you require
Yeah, they're
20.
both searching and can't find the answers right now. Double 10 has not been either's friend in this game.
shot on the fifth
The
leg.
double 5 comes
Liam
to the
Meek.
rescue yet again. I think we've seen more double 5s in this tie than we have all week.
Sixth leg, it's Moreno
I was
throwing
mentioning that.
first.
Development to a title for Liam Meek back last year.
60.
Beat Dom Taylor, Louis Williams, Craig Galliano. But in the last 16, he beat a certain Keen Barry, who isn't a bad player.
Bit of dynamite.
No, he's not bad at all.
100. $58.
I'd happily read out the other names that he beat on the way to that title, but they're not people that I know, so I'm not going to give them a shout out. That's the power of the microphone. There you go.
83.
Well, one thing about Super
100.
Series darts is that it allows you to learn a lot about a player within a week.
Oh, it's one of the huge points that you get to know and almost grow with that player as well.
41.
Yes, we've had a lot of established names, your Robert Thorntons, your Kevin Painters, your Martin Adams, but we're also learning and developing these young players that are
53.
coming through and getting to know their characteristics and what makes them tick.
I've learned more about these two young men today than
134.
at any point, because I only knew of Moreno Blom before this week. I'd never seen him
30.
throw. I'd
Liam,
seen
you
Liam
require
Meek throw in
143.
what was the live league. But I've learned a bit more about him today, just almost micro-analysing his throw and some of his intricacies.
99.
Yeah, his throw's certainly not one you'd coach.
It's very, very organic. But it could be good enough to get a first win of the day.
Liam, you require 44.
I'm not even sure he's had a match start all day. Double 16.
20.
Oh, that one's a bit of a cannon.
It's a bit wild, a bit erratic. However, Moreno
You
Blom
require 122.
is within striking distance. 1-2-2 to send us all the way. That's a great second art. Bullseye to send us the distance.
97.
It's the 25, so Liam Meek will
Liam, you
return.
require 24.
More match starts at double 12.
Different target. A fourth different target.
Game, shot,
And finally,
and the match.
he finds
Liam
the match shot, which
Meek.
gives him 2 points for the day. He will be only 2 points behind Moreno Blom going into Friday's action. You can see the averages tell you a very Meek story, you could say. But the fact of the matter is, he's still got a chance tomorrow. If he can get 12 points, Liam Meek, he could just squeeze through, but he will have to be perfect on Friday. Brown against Painter for the 4th time this week will follow this short break.
Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Liam Meek get his first points on the board in Group C with victory against Moreno Blom. A 4-2 success, as Paul and Phil were saying in the commentary box. It wasn't the most exciting, entertaining affair of the day. It is only a two-day group, this, in comparison to the group we had earlier in the week. So every point, every victory, really precious. And Liam Meek may well think that it's beyond him now to make the top two, unless he has an exceptional day tomorrow. So as Paul put it, a bit of a flat game, but from sharing a flat to sharing a house. Steve Brown taking on Kevin Painter. And at the moment, it is Brown that has bragging rights. 2 wins from their 3 matches this week. Let's just have a quick look at the league table before we go into this penultimate match. So Meek joining Brown on 2 points. Brown looking to join Painter and Moreno Blom on 4. But Kevin Painter can put himself firmly in the picture. He can join Shewan on 6 in second place. And Shewan has to face the unbeaten league leader Scott Walters in the final match of this session. Now, Kevin Painter has been well known for the last year for his exploits at the World Seniors event, so we know that he's desperate to win one of those titles, and you can see him at the Circus Tavern in February. Tickets available from dartshop.tv, and that's where you can get tickets to be here on Saturday night, this finals night or any finals night. They are available for free. You can see some of your favourite players, such as Andy Hamilton, who's already made it. He's promised a few hammer roars, and I know he's watching today as well. You could be watching him here for free by booking tickets at dartshop.tv. Well, let's get the action underway in this penultimate match of the session. It's Kevin Painter against Steve Brown for the 4th time this week, and Phil and Paul are ready to talk you through it.
Thank you very much, Murph, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, everyone. And this is a huge tie in the context of Group C. A win for Kevin Painter would put him in a fabulous position to attack those top 2 places tomorrow. A win for Steve Brown would put him back in the mix and in that chasing pack. So all to play for. You'd have to feel that if it was a win for Kevin Painter, the gap may be a little bit too big for Steve Brown to bridge tomorrow. He would probably have to go through the card undefeated and still need a little bit of luck. So it's all or nothing here. Can Brown keep his fate in his own hands? Or is the artist about to launch an assault on the
First
top 2?
leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Let's find out. I've just had a little tally on my results sheet today. And we've had 9 4-2 scorelines from 13 matches.
97.
I don't ever remember that happening.
That's a
Not in
very
my
hi-
tenure.
That's a very high percentage.
100.
And one of the things that you can actually choose to have a little wager on throughout the course of a day is how many legs will be
60.
played per match. And one of the things you can look at is plus 5.5 legs. So imagine if you'd chosen plus 5.5 on most of the matches today, you would have got pretty good odds on that. But remember, over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly.
140.
There is a telly in the practice room, so the players see the table. They'll know what the scenario is, and both of these will know the
100.
importance of this game.
Gone are the days where you don't know what's going on. In the old studio, it was a case of sometimes
85.
getting a piece of paper and just saying, oh, I wonder where I sit. I'm not going to look at that. But when there's a big monitor right next to the practice board, it's almost unescapable knowing where you are.
22.
The funniest
Steve
thing
required
in Southampton was
119.
You talk about that pen and paper. There was a scenario on the Friday where the Thursday it was all close.
59.
It was all
Kevin,
tight.
you require
And they were recording
156.
the results, the legs and everything, trying to work out who was where and what was needed.
We know what's needed here. It was a second treble 20 for double 18. Now Brown
132.
points.
Steve, you require 60.
to join Painter on that amount of points taken. They would both still be in it, in my opinion.
Game shot on the
But
first
like you
leg.
just said,
Steve Brown.
Phil Bars, I just get the feeling that one of, if not both, Shewan and Walters are looking very, very solid for
Second
it.
leg, it's Kevin to
One
throw
of these
first.
two is going to need a
Game on.
real burst, a real sprint to the finish. But that sprint does not start tomorrow. It starts now.
I agree. Right now, I can't
44.
see a scenario where one of Walters or Shewan don't make the top 2. For one of the others in the chasing pack,
96.
tomorrow they may have to beat both Walters and Shewan to do it. That's a difficult task.
We said the same
96.
for Adam Smith-Neil yesterday. He had Andy Hamilton and Conor Heenahan first. Heenahan stumbled. Hamilton did not. It was
44.
firmly his group. Do you know how many PDC titles Steve Brown's got?
I don't know. But if I was guessing,
125.
3.
1. 2011, he won one of the UK Open qualifiers in Barnsley. So he's won
125
in one of the biggest meccas in world darts, the Metrodome in Barnsley. I can confirm that I've won there once too, and funny enough, it was against Steve Brown in the final.
140.
That's quite surprising because back in the early 2010s, and the bomber was on the floor, especially, was a huge force.
134.
It's funny you
Kevin,
mentioned
you
the force,
require
actually.
96.
I'll tell you a story in the next leg. It's a great story. Is it as good as a 96 out?
Game
Well, you're
shot
about to
second
find out.
leg.
Because
Kevin
there is a
Painter.
96 out, and here comes leg number 3. It was early June
Third leg, it's Steve.
in
throwing
2011.
first.
I feel like Jack and Nori. I'm playing Dave Chisnell on one side of the hall.
180.
I've survived 7 match darts, and I've got to the final. And I'm going for my 2nd consecutive Players' Championship win. It's the Eddie Cox Memorial, actually, in
119.
Barnsley. On the other side of the hall, the other semi-final is Justin Pipe and Steve Brown. It's 5-5. It goes the distance.
57.
Justin Pipe has 50 left with 1 dart. He decides not to go for the bullseye. Steve Brown has got 156. He hits it. And Steve Brown's celebration was
27.
heard in Sheffield. It was a brilliant moment.
Especially that Justin Piper's refused the bull as well, because that infuriates players, doesn't it?
125.
You shouldn't do it. You can't leave someone in a semi-final sitting on 156.
You shouldn't. However, I quite like the mind games every now and then.
Of course you do. As a player, it's just lunacy.
Yeah, as a player, I completely get and respect that. But
I've never done
43.
it.
Steve, you require
Maybe I'm just
139.
too regimented, but what is Bomber going to do here? 82 left. That looks like a 13 to me, and it is.
81.
Ah, interesting. He went for the treble 11 to leave double 18. A somewhat neglected shot there.
the artist way back in this leg, it would take some kind of collapse
100
from Steve Brown.
Steve, you require 58.
Not to go 2-1 up. Tops for 2-1.
18.
To only get one shot at tops there was an error. You don't want to lose legs like this because they hurt. Just get rid of it.
Confidence stingers.
65.
Confidence evaporators.
Steve, you require 40.
Double 10. His favourite double this week. But not right now.
Game show on the third leg.
Ah, the little
Steve
cousin
Brown.
of tops and tens comes up trumps. And it's 2-1 to Brown over Painter.
Be interesting to see
Fourth
the
leg, it's
practice
Kevin
room
to throw first.
right now, because the rest of them would probably want Steve Brown to win this one, to box it all back up, because they wouldn't
100.
want the top three just edging away too much.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say, because if you've got Shewan on 6 points and Walters on 8, to keep
96.
Kevin Painter at bay on 4 and to have Brown on 4 is a very manageable situation, as opposed to Painter joining Shewan on 6. And just
47.
imagine if Shewan wins the last match, you'd have a 2-point gap between 2 at the top and the next person. But the scenario is as such that the top 2 really want Painter to remain where he
84.
is, to make sure that there is possibly a 4-point gap for 2 people tomorrow.
Love it when it's like this. Lots of little subplots to a group table.
95.
If there wasn't, it wouldn't give us much to talk about, that's for sure.
Another treble, and Steve Brown has a break
125.
opportunity.
If you're Kevin Painter here, the 19s is good.
140.
I'd have switched.
If he'd have got that last dart, it would have left him 79.
80.
If he'd have got the treble
Kevin, you
19,
require
it would
119.
have left him 82. So that was a bit of a 50-50 call there, but look at the 119. It's turned into double 13.
106.
Great attempt.
Steve, you require
That would have been a moment
160.
of magic from the artist and was only the width of a wire away. Steve Brown was looking 419s for tops.
40.
I'm a fan
Kevin,
of that
you
route.
require 13.
Because you're not going to get a dart in the way of the double you want to hit.
Exactly that.
Double 4.
Game shot.
Oh,
the
you
fourth
heard something from
leg.
Kevin there.
Kevin Painter.
He is ready to put his foot to the floor. He knows that if he can get 6 points from today, he is definitely going to be in with a shout tomorrow.
Fifth leg, it's
But
Steve to
just
throw
to turn
first.
things around a bit, Phil, as we go to 2-2 in this one. What result does Kevin want
55.
in the next game if he wins? And I suppose we could say, regardless of the result here, the result that Kevin wants is a Lee Shewan win. Do you think that's the case?
I can make a case for both because
80.
yes, it keeps the gap narrower at the top two, but if Scott Walters were to win, then it's a tinier gap for second. I know you're only shooting for one place then,
45.
but it's still a tinier gap.
A lot for us to talk about early tomorrow because we will be back. Sporty Stuff TV live from 9:30 a.m. Chris Murphy will be your
59.
presenter. I'll be here with Henry Deacon, as I will be a little bit later on tonight from 10 p.m. for Group B action. You've got
140.
Conor Heenahan, the man who lost out on winning Group A. Ryan Finesse, Conan Whitehead and Johnny Haynes will return alongside the ever-confident
100.
Adam Smith-Neal.
Looking forward to seeing Ryan Finesse on that stage. Very, very watchable. Just something about him that I like as a player.
125.
Conan Whitehead for me is just a thriller minute.
If he makes Saturday's final, there will definitely be celebrations.
Oh, yeah.
60. Steve, you
he's dad
require
recently.
136.
Yeah, little girl.
Yeah, first time, so good for him.
Again, I know we talk about
96.
the final on Saturday. If you want to be here, dartshop.tv. Tickets are free and remain available. Not many remaining though, so get in before they all go. All you have to do is register and you will be sent an e-ticket to
Yeah.
come along.
Just forget about the fact that I'll be here
42.
and you can come and have
Steve,
a
you
great time.
require 40.
I'm sure you'll get stopped for a selfie or two.
Oh,
No score.
no. Steve has stopped himself from getting
Kevin, you
a 3-2
require
lead.
160.
And don't forget that Painter's already taken this shot this week. Another. There, you heard him say,
100.
ah.
Steve, you require
Oh, the
40.
audibles of a dart player.
$30.
There's
Kevin,
a lot
you
of
require
frustration on that
60.
stage right now. It's palpable.
If tops goes, this is the leg that got away for Steve Brown. Oh my.
25. Steve, you require 10.
Or as our friend and colleague Chris Mason would say, oh dear.
Game shot on the
There you
fifth
go.
leg. Steve Brown.
A little bit of a pursed lip there from Steve, as if to say, I'm not really sure how I won that fifth leg. Never look a gift horse in the mouth.
Sixth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
However, it is a leg he should have won anyway.
Multiple darts to get the job done.
100.
It'll be an interesting tea time for these two. If Steve had won his last game yesterday, he wouldn't have actually been playing this morning. He would have been
125.
playing tonight. But as it stands, the housemates, of which these two are, will come back tomorrow.
125.
And you'd have to say that they're not going to be sharing a house on Saturday because one of them is going to be going home. I do not see both of them qualifying unless we have a
58.
ridiculous set of results and a change of fortunes tomorrow.
For both to qualify, it would have to be a complete collapse from both Scott Walters and Lee Shewan, because right now they've done the hard work. The foundations in this group have been set. It would be some kind of
125.
mathematical meltdown for one of them not to be there.
Yeah, we're talking about all the results having to go their way.
Oh,
beautifully done.
180.
Brown's second 180 of this match.
151.
Painter doesn't have one. And he might not get one. If Brown can trump 318
Steve, you
in
require
6
138.
for the win and for 4 points. Are we going to go the distance?
42.
Between these two.
Kevin, you require
The
32.
second time this week. Double 12. Oh, Kevin. What has he done? Really? I'm afraid, Kev. Really?
The last leg and a bit, he has really lost the radar.
24.
Give it the full move there.
Steve, you require
Well,
96.
even the small 7 wasn't meant, but the 96 will be. Double-double. Doesn't work this time.
56.
So Kevin
Kevin, you
Painter,
require 8.
double 4 to send us all the way. It's been a really strange game, Paul. There's been moments of magic littered with a lot of stray darts as well.
Bits of magic and bits of dust as well.
4.
That should be that.
Steve, you require
Kevin
40.
may have to settle for 4 points. Brown is dreaming of 4 points. This to win game 14.
Steve Brown tends to give himself hope, steps back, composing himself. He knows what a big dart this is in the context of Group C.
Game,
And
shots,
it goes.
and the match.
The
Steve
bomber,
Brown.
Steve Brown, gets the better of his housemate Kevin Painter. And as we said at the start, that was huge for Steve Brown to keep his hopes alive of making the top 2 in Group C. He has done all he can for the day. Up next, it is a huge game at the top of the table. The top 2 will collide. Scott Walters against Lee Shewan coming after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Steve Brown get the better of Kevin Painter for the 3rd time in 4 meetings this week. And, well, you and Phil Barr said it in commentary, Paul. Kevin just looked a little bit unsettled towards the end of that match.
Yeah, he just lost his radar, didn't he? On certain single numbers, he was going for targets throughout that match that he wasn't expecting. When you've got 32, and you go for double 16, you don't expect to be going for double 12. It happens now and again, but you never expect it. But unfortunately for Kevin, he's going to have to settle for 4 points, the same as Steve today.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the league table because it has an impact on this match as well. The last match of the day is between the top two. Now, does it make it less important now for Scott Walters, the fact that Kevin Payne is still on 4 points, but maybe more important for Lee Shewan because he's got the chance to pull further clear?
Yeah, it's a huge match for Lee. If he can get that 4 point buffer going into tomorrow, it makes the job a little easier. But in that same token, Murph, we talk about what Scott Walters could possibly do, have that perfect Thursday. He could make his job for Friday so much easier by having a 6 point buffer between himself and third position.
If he does win against Lee Shewan, is he a shoe-in?
See what you did there. I suppose what we spoke about earlier, about Walters being the favourite, it's been proven almost, but I think just for his own confidence levels for the entire week, and I'm not saying that he's definitely going to make it through this group, but if you can have a perfect day on Thursday, you're almost there.
Well, it's the first meeting between the pair, a chance for Lee Shewan to go 4 out of 5 on debut, but also a chance for Scott Walters to have a clean sweep here on the Thursday daytime session. Last match then, Paul Nicholson will rejoin Phil Bars for one final time this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome back to everyone at the MODUS Super Series, and it is match 15, our final one of the session, and it should be an absolute belter as the top two collide. But remember, it is a double day of darts. Group B will start this evening, 10 p.m, Sporty Stuff TV and on YouTube. So make sure you set those reminders. If you haven't yet, make sure you give us a follow on all social media platforms as well. At MSS Darts, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And if you're sat on your lunch break right now, visit dartshop.tv and book your tickets now for this Saturday night or any of our Saturday finals.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
All you have to do is sign up and get your e-tickets, and you can come and watch the stars of the Super Series battle it out for £5,000 this Saturday. And as the boys on the balcony were saying, a win here for Scott Walters, and he has 1 foot in the final. A win for Lee Shewan.
68.
And the top two have a gap. The next 10 minutes or so will tell us an awful lot about Group C
100
as the asset returns to the chair.
What do you know? It's another 4-2. That's 10 from 14 today.
140.
Are we going to have 11 4-2 scorelines? I suppose these guys don't really care as long as they get the 4.
81.
Whatever you guys are doing this afternoon to chill out, or you might even have to go to work. I hope you can join us
58.
later for Group B action. Only one person can qualify through this week, remember, but we will have 6 people in the Saturday finals.
100.
Scott Walters is thinking of nothing less than the perfect day. And we have had a perfect day this week. Conor Heenahan on Tuesday was perfect. 5 wins from 5.
65.
Regardless of what happens, the cobbler's got to be really happy with his debut day. I think he's been very, very useful.
Oh, completely. Debut
44.
at the Super Series can
Lee
be quite
require
daunting.
170.
You don't really know. We've obviously bigged up the changes, and then they landed, and people were like, wow. Speaking of wow,
145.
almost the big fish.
Scott, you require 136.
Is this the point of the day where Walters
40.
falters?
Lee, you require 25.
Like that.
I've been hanging around with Murph too long, haven't I? That's only just in the single 9.
Game shot on the
That's a
first
great,
leg.
great
Lee
conversion.
Shewan.
As Shewan breaks in the immediate leg. Whoever wins this match is going to jump up to the balcony to have a word with Chris Murphy. I wonder who
Second
it's
leg,
going
it's
to be.
Lee to throw first. Game on.
Right now, it's advantage Shewan. That is a breaker throw. But a break's not a break unless you hold.
97.
We see it so often. Players think they've done the hard work, but then hand it straight back in a heartbeat.
I love that tattoo that Scott Walters has got on his right forearm.
57.
It just says England. Just in case he's found.
Return
Just
to.
send me back to England. It's the kind of tattoo a pirate would have, as if to say, I don't want to be sent back to Spain or to any other part of the world. Just to reinforce the fact that I'm English, I'm going to have the name of the country I'm from tattooed on my arm.
177.
Yeah, that's rather useful. Walters has responded really well since losing leg 1. You think about his averages today.
96.
I mentioned them once already, but they're worth mentioning again. 95, 91, then a 90. And then in his other performance, he had an 87. So he has gradually decreased in every performance.
97.
Does that tell us anything?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of fatigue and tiredness has crept in, but also it can be a mindset thing. Because when you've done all the hard work, and you've built up that gap at the top,
Scott, you
we see it-
require
we see it at the top level,
170.
and just take your eye off the ball a little bit.
He's not taking his eye off the 60. He doesn't get a shot at the ball the way that Lee did in leg 1.
105. Lee, you require
There we go.
123.
Is this as easy as ABC? No.
Not today.
45. Scott, you require 65.
Perfect. He's been hitting these today,
25.
but he's starting to miss them.
Lee, you require
Is
78.
Lee playing Walters at the right time? The evidence suggests yes.
But that's a mistake.
It's also quite advantageous because he's still got single to bull combo. Whereas if he got the single, he wouldn't have had this shot.
53.
Can't take advantage of it.
Scott, you require 40.
That has to be a good guide. We've seen him use the barrel so much today, but overcompensates.
20.
And he's missed 10s.
Lee, you require 25.
He's now missed 5 darts at double in this match, and we're only into leg 2. Bit of deja vu,
Aim
maybe.
shot on the second
as
leg.
the 25 is
Lee
taken.
Shewan.
2 times 25 taken. I suppose the only time you ever need to convert 25 is when you've missed a shot already.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
As long as you get that
Game
second
on.
bite. So far, 25 is looking like chicken feed.
Yeah, and Scott Walters will be kicking himself.
60.
He should be level in this game. His switch to double 10 has been brilliant all day, but it deserted him in his moment of need here in match 15.
What we have to
96.
address at this point as well, Phil, is the fact that tomorrow morning, when we start, this is going to be the first game. So if you're Lee Shewan and you know
46.
how things operate here, he may know that he's playing against Scott Walters first tomorrow, but then again, he might not. But if he does know, he's thinking,
100.
it's in my own hands to have the lead in this table by game 2 tomorrow.
That would be a huge mindset
42.
change for Lee Shewan. But also, with that, are also different pressures, because you go from the hunter to the hunted.
Well, let's elaborate on what I've
45.
just said. If he can beat Walters now and tomorrow morning, his gap would be 6 points to third place with 4 matches to go for him.
61.
That would be an amazing position to have against players who wouldn't be feeling 100% confident.
Oh, it's a scenario that anyone in Group C would bite your arm off for at the start
140.
of the Thursday.
It's one of, and I hate to say this because it's really easy for me to say it, but it's one of the best debut days I've
100.
seen.
Lee, you
I've
require
been really impressed with Lee.
120.
I think he's been excellent.
Can he find the treble? Not this time round. So the 120 won't go, but
60.
he will be back. Scott Walters, if ever you needed a maximum, it was now to apply pressure. ask.
140.
You shall almost
Lee
receive.
requires 60.
The 3-0.
Game shot on the
Wow.
third leg.
Didn't see this
Lee
coming.
Shewan.
And I'm sure a lot of you darts fans didn't either, but Walters just flailing a little bit in his final game, and Shewan is sailing.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Group C is taking a huge twist here.
And this is the bad result for the rest of the field.
60.
This is the worst result possible. I mean, just imagine if Shewan was to convert this fourth leg, he would go to 8 points and plus 9,
137.
which is exactly where Walters is now. Walters would go to second position, but would be on plus 5, still on 8 points, of course.
100.
Yeah, and it's the plus in both their categories is the concern for the field.
Yeah, Brown on -2, Painter on all square, Meek on -7,
96.
Blom on -3. And with only 5 matches to go, it's a bit bleak.
It's asking a
100.
lot, but as we say so often, only fairy tales come true in sport.
I've never heard.
121.
I've never heard that saying before.
Have you not?
No.
55.
I believe in fairy
Scott,
tales
you
as well.
require
He just made me really sad.
147.
Thanks for that, Phil.
But we love a sporting fairy tale.
Don't we just?
43.
Ooh, now. Invitation. Shewan through first in this leg. And he
100.
will get
Scott,
the
you
better
require
opportunity
104.
of the two, but only if Walters fails on 16 tops. He went for the treble again.
84.
At least I think he did.
I
The
think
small
you
16
require
gave him a shot at tops,
86.
but now this is 4. Believe it or not, the only 4-0 victory all day. We haven't had one. We
54.
haven't got one now.
Scott, you
2
require
match starts
20.
have come and they have gone. Lee Shewan, will he get another opportunity?
Game shot on the fourth
Not
leg.
in this
Scott
leg.
Walters.
Scott Walters finds a hold of throw. But will those match starts play on Lee Shewan's mind?
I just wonder how strong that leg's going to
Fifth
be.
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
It might come down to who finishes first and second in the group, because the person who finishes first
125.
will be in a different group to the person who's in second. We'll talk more about that tomorrow night. A bit more applicable, but just trying to throw you a bit of
45.
context there.
$61.
Interesting to see this visit from Lee Shewan. The first one was a little bit scrappy, and are those match starts playing on his mind?
As a dart player, they do.
97.
You think it should be done. You can't ask for much more than having 2 shots at a favourable double to win a match against an opponent who's not been beaten today.
96.
But now that they have come and gone, you've got to create that opportunity again. It's easier said than done. I think that's a sensible switch.
99.
That one was dangling.
Yeah, hanging by a thread of sisal.
Also, the fact that he trimmed the 9 off the end of the score, which makes things just a bit easier. If you want to stay straight,
135.
here you can leave 120 or 80 instead of something a bit more awkward.
45. Scott, you require 84.
Scott Walters for back-to-back legs, looking at double 12.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
that
leg.
is clinical
Scott Walters.
from the league leader. He is back within 1 of Lee Shewan. Remember, the debutant led 3-0. Mismatched darts for 4-0.
Sixth leg, it's Lee to
Now,
throw first. Game
The
on.
pressure has been cranked up on the cobbler.
Well, since he had those 2 shots at double 16, he's
28.
putting the blur in cobbler because he has not found his best range, and his average has plummeted to 78.
Those first 3 legs,
43.
he played some fabulous stuff. But right now, you can see that those 2 match darts are firmly in the front of his mind.
96.
You can't have visits like 43 at the start of a leg when you're chasing an opponent down.
58.
So by hook or by crook, the man from Fleetwood has still got the throw, even though he's only scored 124 points.
59.
I think they're both feeling the pressure here in match 15.
Let's not forget as well that both of these players joined us today. And if you were to say to me,
85.
what's easier, playing a 5th game on your first day or a 5th game on your 3rd day? I'd say a 5th game on the 3rd day because you're more conditioned
99.
for this than you were on the first day. I get the feeling that both of these guys are flagging a little bit. But by this time tomorrow, they will be more in tune with the
100.
challenge. It's a bit like trying to train for a marathon. You train for 5 miles and then you do that for a week. By the time you run on day 8, 5 miles is a lot easier than it was on, say, day 2.
And is that the pivotal moment? Lee Shewan has found 2 treble 19s to tee up a 2-darter, but it is going to be under pressure. Shewan may only get a dart at the ball.
170. Lee, you require
We've got a 170,
85.
albeit not to end the leg. But we know where the bull is.
60.
That's now 3 match
Scott,
darts
you
missed.
require
Can Walters take us the
45.
distance?
Looking at tops for a level game, and has the pendulum swung?
Game shot on the 6th
Yes,
leg.
it has.
Scott Walters.
Scott Walters was 3-0 down. He is back to 3-all, but more importantly, Paul, he has the darts in the deciding leg. 3 match darts
7th
across
final
2
leg.
legs
It's Scott to
have
throw
come and gone
first. Game
for Lee
on.
Shewan, and now it is advantage Walters.
This really is now the nightmare result for the chasing pack.
134.
Because both guys are going to retain their very healthy leg difference counts. At the worst, Shewan is going to go
100.
to +4. At worst, Walters is going to go to +8. 1 leg shootout
40.
to finish our day.
Is that a mistake? Is that the first mistake of the final leg?
We've only had 1 game go the distance today.
45.
I can't believe that's happened. And believe it or not, it was involving Scott Walters, who beat Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. So he's the only one with experience of winning a 4-3 shootout today. And it's looking more likely that he's going to win. And believe it or not, that's the
180.
first maximum of the match.
We say about turning points in this game and how we are now in a
96.
7th and final
Scott,
leg.
you require
This should have been a
147.
whitewash win to Lee Shewan.
And it could be the first time this week in 4 days where somebody overturns a
93.
3-0 deficit. Welcome to Super Series darts, late. It can be brutal. Go 25.
125.
That was aggressive.
Scott, you require
Single 20
54.
wouldn't have left to finish, but it may not matter as Walters goes for tops for the perfect 10. Double 10
Game,
for the
shot,
perfect 10.
And the match.
He's got
Scott
1 foot in
Walters.
Saturday night, but that's a somewhat speculative statement. He's going to get at least 14 points for me. He's going to get 2 wins tomorrow, surely. But the 84 average, his worst average of the day, 30% around that anyway on the checkouts. Lee Shewan, his average tumbled by at least 10 points in the last 4 legs. But 33% for him was not enough. But 6 of those misses, 4 were for the match. And he's going to be thinking about that for the next 20 hours, I can assure you. We're going to go upstairs to see Chris Murphy in a short time. But Phil, what did you think of that one?
Yeah, it just shows what we said about earlier, that Scott Walters found a way to win with his B game and scrap, and we spoke about that being a key point to this tie, and that shows it there because he wasn't at his brilliant best, but unlike the others, he's had time to develop this B game in the Super Series and find a way. At the beginning, Lee Shewan looked $1 million, but a bit of fatigue coming in, those mismatch starts for 4-0, and you could see them visibly playing on his mind as those legs kept ticking off, and at 3-all, he looked kind of a beaten man and was beating himself up at the back of the stage.
Yeah, he missed the chin of the opponent while he had his opponent on the ropes, but then things were turned around. The number 10 is very, very apt for Walters. 10 points, plus 10 in his leg difference, and he won today on double 10. The perfect 10 for Walters, and we're now going to go upstairs to have a chat with him, with Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thanks, guys. The man of the moment is here. Scott Walters has won all 5 of his matches today. Scott, just talk us through that final match first, because Lee missed 3 match starts. What was going through your mind when he had 2 for a 4-0 win?
I really don't understand what I was doing. I was throwing too many 1s and 5s. It was literally every dart I wanted to throw was not going where I wanted, and luckily for me, he missed those 3s, because I really just felt like I was about to walk off the stage and lose 4-0. So,
well, it went well in the end. We'll have a look at the league table, and it'll be a pleasant sight for you to see, Scott, because 10 points, 4 ahead of Lee Shewan, but even more crucially, 6 clear of Kevin Painter, Steve Brown and Moreno Blom. You don't have to turn up tomorrow, do you?
Well, we thought about that about Connor, didn't we?
True.
At the beginning of the week, and we all know what happens. That field of players today is very good. I had a couple of lucky games today, but any of those players, Steve Brown, Kevin Painter, Lee, you know, it's just, the team is just phenomenal. So it's just one of those things. If your darts are going well, it's going well. If it isn't, then you're going to walk away with a loss. So, but luckily today I played well, so I felt good.
Just before we go, let's give the viewers a chance to get to know you. Of course, we've seen you at what was the Live League, now the Super Series. What do you do away from darts, and how much of your life is this game?
Well, I was carer for my dad. I lost him 2 weeks ago, well, 2 weeks tomorrow. So I wasn't really going to come down, to be honest. I was actually not really, I didn't think mentally I was ready for this, but I know that if I'd have turned around him and said I ain't going, he would have kicked up a stink over it. So, but no, I was caring for my dad for 8 years, and before that I was a removal man, and so I loved my job at the time, but I had to give that up, and now I've just moved to Southampton, and then you moved down here, so it's not, you know, I've still got a nice little journey to do every time, but no, it's good. I'm enjoying life at the moment. It's really good.
Well, we've enjoyed watching you as well today. I'm sure you'd be very proud watching that as well. 5 wins for Scott Walters, 10 points. He has got really 1 foot, maybe even 2 feet in finals night. This group will resume tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV. We've got another session this evening. Group B gets underway with Conor Heenahan, Adam Smith-Neil, Conan Whitehead, Ryan Finesse and Johnny Haynes all in action. That's 10 p.m. tonight. But for today, in Group C, Scott won the lot.